it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Milk Cup, presented by Gonna Need Milk.
Using up your bills in this moment is a little early for it, but instead, Faith comes for the sneaky play, and that is it. Looks like it's gonna be a 1v1. Batchy versus Malibu. Now Batchy versus Moxie. Moxie down to just a little bit of help.
Give her a chance to land. Now it's gonna be Reddish going up into the air, but a quick grappler back.
Hello, everyone. The day is finally here. The historical journey as we begin qualifier number 1 of the Milk Cup. But the Milk Cup, what is the Milk Cup, right? The Milk Cup, created by Gonna Need Milk, is a new women's Fortnite circuit with a mission of creating equity in gaming, making gaming more welcoming for women. Partnered up with the Peach Cobbler to understand what we were missing, they decided to host this wonderful event and accomplish more equity with gaming for women, and how to do that with the best format and the biggest tournament ever. $250,000, comprised of 3 qualifiers, and the first one here today in the trios format. We do have a Battle Royale tournament and comprised of 6 drops. Each qualifier, the top 11 trios will be invited to a LAN event. And hold on now, if there's an opportunity to where you didn't qualify, the 12th through 16th teams do have an opportunity still to make it to the next without hitting that pre-qualifier event. So for the event here today, there was a pre-qualifier that did take place on May 16th. And then that qualifier number 1 here today is happening. So with that, there still is 2 more chances to make it into the Milk Cup. But that is leading up to the biggest event ever, the LAN Championship in fall, and one of the first of many. Now, I will tell you this is the only event I myself, Ellen, Dream Crazy, I'm so excited. I didn't even introduce myself, but I will say this: in the 20 years of being in almost esports, I have never, ever seen an event like this. This is huge, the first of its kind. I am so nervous and so excited because, again, this is the first of its kind. But I will not be doing this alone, you all, everybody. I will not be hosting this by myself, as we will have 2 amazing individuals that will be joining us. It will be Taco and Lemon Kiwi. You guys, I'm so excited. I'm rushing everything today because, as stated, this is the biggest event in history, Taco.
Yeah, I think a lot of these ladies fully understand exactly what is on the line here today. I mean, you mentioned it already. Top 11, definitely the ideal position to be in, but most importantly of all, just love seeing how the women have all really come together and just really united to try and essentially elevate each other through this level of competition.
Absolutely. I'm so stoked to be here, especially my first time working with both of you, my first time seeing a lot of these ladies who are going to show us how it's done in Fortnite, but also the prize pool is incredible. And I'm just excited to be with Gonna Need Milk again, because I worked with them at VidCon, where they had the zany zip lines, a custom Fortnite map. It was a ton of fun, so I'm glad that they're just continuing to support the women's scene.
Yeah, and not only that, just supporting the women's scene, supporting gamers overall. And I will tell you all, I do have my milk right here. Like, I need to hydrate myself and get those nutrients going in. But
milk, let's go.
Let's go. But this is just so much stress on the fact that it is the first of its many. And thank you so much to Radiant and the Peach Cobbler, right? This is an all women's event, which we just can't stress how amazing that is. And thank you so much to Gonna Need Milk. But we can't have a tournament without competitors, everyone. We need to introduce you to these ladies because, again, the top 11 teams have been fighting to get here today. And what better way? Because some of these captains have been, again, they've been blood, sweat, and tears practicing to get here today. And as we take a look at some of these competitors, Taco, who stands out to you the most?
Well, you're talking about the ladies, sacrificing a lot to make it through to here, but Emperor, K-Moors, two women that I absolutely have to give a massive shout out to. They were doing so much for the ladies in Fortnite, just helping set up so many scrims for these women to all get the opportunity to practice and basically gauge what the competition is going to look like in this set lobby.
Yeah, and most definitely, getting so excited about that. The biggest prize pool ever. We need to talk about just the scoring and all of that nature, but still, on this here too, just looking at some of these competitors, I was instantly looking at Reddish because that was also a player that had, we have some of these players that are traveling from other countries, right? Because this is North America based, right? This event is happening in North America, but our lovely competitors, everyone, as we take a look, Kiwi, Maddie was one of them, right? That you were talking about, that you have really just been so impressed with.
She looks all dark and mysterious in the shadow. I gotta get with her photographer. What the heck? But Maddie NF also got with Complexity. Congratulations to her. She's a huge streamer, longtime competitor, and her and Sparkles have competed in a ton of WOTEs together. They're absolutely killing it. They're also in a trio with AFK, and she has been competing. I think she got 2 top 10s in some WOTEs recently, so this is gonna be a pretty strong team.
Yeah, most definitely a pretty strong team. And everyone here, again, is so strong. There's so many competitors that we have to talk about. But leading up into that as well, the scoring and the prize pool, right? We need to show you all that and how our competitors here today will be, in fact, giving you that breakdown of how they will be placing the victory royale we do have at 65 points, right? So essentially securing that first place game, staying alive as long as possible is going to be key. And going through this and securing that, going through the pricing and what that is going to be here for today, because again, each event does have a different prize pool breakdown. It's going to be $25,000 per qualifier, leading up to the LAN, which is $175,000. So, but for here today, first place taking home $75,000, Taco. That is crazy and a good chunk of money.
Yeah, $7,500 is definitely a good chunk of money. $2,500 essentially for the ladies to all split amongst each other. But I think most importantly of all, teams, if you don't find yourself within this top 11, as we already talked about, that 12th through 16th will auto-qualify you through to the secondary qualifier. But most importantly of all, the ladies that come 1st through 11th, they're not going to get another opportunity to try and take away some more of this qualifier pricing, since they will already just have their spots registered for the LAN.
This is just the biggest prize pool we've ever had for a women's series in esports. This is just incredible. Then the LAN final and the fact that qualifiers, the fact that there's this big of a prize pool for qualifier and it's split through so many people placing. I'm just really excited to see who's going to be coming through. Girlies getting their bag, okay? I'm so stoked.
I am so stoked, you guys. Like I said, just in the fact that how much history is coming in today. Like I said at the top of the show, I think I was just running all over the place because it is unheard of seeing a prize pool, a circuit this big for women. It is unheard of. So just to stress that, leading into this is just so huge. History has been made here today, and get an email, just the start of a wonderful journey. So into the teams that we've kind of already talked about, because we did jump around, right? Taco, we got to talk about and go back to some of those captains that we've talked about. Team Fnatic, right? What they have been doing essentially with Yasmin and Somerset has been insane.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a very clear set of favorites heading into today's competition. Yasmin, Somerset, and Frantic are easily some of our favored competitors today. They've got that uncontested Brawlers Battleground, not to mention that during the pre-quals, they were in that secondary heat lobby, right? And they just absolutely decimated the leaderboard. But I do think that with the competition having been split between two separate lobbies, there are definitely some teams that could pose a little bit of a threat to their position, and Frantic as well. It's important to note that this isn't necessarily a team that she's got a lot of familiarity with. She's got familiarity with Lady, sure, but she's actually been a competitor in the past with a player like Daya, who's actually on Moxie and Regs' team. So it's interesting to see how some of these partnerships have split up.
Yeah, most definitely. And I mean, looking at this too with Moxie, Reg, and Daya, like, okay, Taco, I know it's been a while since I've been part of the WOTE events, but a long time ago, right? Way last year, back in March. It was the duo ship of Moxie and Regs that we have always seen. They've always shined time and time again, won a solo, got that top in arena, and again, they've just continued to shine and dominate the scene.
And then we got another team captain to highlight, of course, Team Vader. Not from the dark side, but hopefully from the winning side. I mean, these are the big favorites heading into this. Nina, Vanessa, Vader. Y'all know these names. They've been around the block. And Taka, I mean, they could go all the way to win it.
They could potentially. Also, excuse me earlier, Frantic, I am so sorry. I'm not trying to put any disrespect on you and Vader, who are actually the two that I have been the most familiar with witnessing your guys' gameplay potential. But as I was saying, these ladies all essentially kind of cross-referencing each other for their teams. And again, Vader, Nina, and Vanessa, another team that really dominated their heat in that first lobby. We're actually going to see them with a switch up today as well. They played their qualifier through Grim Gate, but considering the fact that it's going to be Moxie, Daya, and Regs landing at Grim Gate, they didn't want to encounter that sort of contested issue. I mean, you're looking at two really big powerhouse teams, right? So Vader, Nina, Vanessa, they switch things up. They're headed to the Reckless Railways, and having that drop spot uncontested gives them a really strong opportunity. There's that forecast tower a little bit south of that POI, and if they have forecast, that means they'll have knowledge of every future zone, and that is just such a massive advantage, something that we'll definitely have to keep an eye on them for.
You know, that's so awesome that you mentioned that too, Tacos, like switching your strategies, right? And having that forecast site to essentially set up on the high ground settings. That's something that I specifically am going to be looking at seeing, because even just something that I've seen just previously in FNCS just last week, and you would know this, Taco, because I didn't watch the whole thing, but that drop number 10, right? That drop 10 that completely changed. And like when you look at any type of competition, the game can change just like that. It just takes one drop, one map, and you saw that scoring prize pool breakdown. Anything can happen, right? So I know Vanessa squad, there's a lot of teams looking to take them down because of the fact that, right?
For sure.
Drops?
Yeah, but it'll be tough, though. It'll be tough for sure. I mean, that's not really a team that I would expect to encounter too many difficulties in the early game. Curious to just see what their surge strategy is looking like as they try to essentially follow the rotations for each of the mid-game zones more particularly. And I think as well, again, these ladies, they kind of like spotlight each other. They know who the power competitors are in this competition. Don't get me wrong, for a lot of these women, it's awesome to see them competing, but I would be lying to myself if I didn't say there were some very clear favorites in this lobby.
Yeah, most definitely. And, you know, Lemon, it's been a while since we've, you know, kind of talked, like years, let's say. When it comes to this type of environment, and you know, when you see all these women going head to head and competing, what's like the one thing that you look out for the most? Like, what's the one thing that you're so excited about when it comes to the level, like the competition, right? For all of us.
I know, and I think there's just so much money on the line that even I'm nervous watching. I can't imagine what playing is like. And like Dream, like you've competed at the highest of levels, so maybe you're more attuned to this. But you gotta have like so much trust, and I feel like in a trio tournament, there's like more support than just like a duo. So there's more room for mistake. There's more support. There's more people to get you back up on your feet, literally and metaphorically. But I mean, all these girls have either competed with each other in the past in a WOTE or other tournaments, and even gonna need milk tournaments, so I think they're used to this level of competition, but now there's just so much, there's a bigger prize pool on the line, and this is to qualify. Yes, there's many chances to qualify, but this is the first day, so
It is the first day. That is key, and that is stress on that. This is the first day. Still many more opportunities to join, but I believe too, in terms of that, we have a map, maybe a map series layout that we can see, at least in terms of the player drop map and where everyone will be landing. And you can take a look at that, some of these strategies. And Taco, what's the one of the standouts that you're noticing the most? Pretty much nothing's changed.
I think that in comparison to what we saw from the drop maps in the first and secondary lobby of the original Heats process, most of this has stayed the same. A lot of these ladies, you're not going to find them wanting to really take that risk of switching up their drop path. They got a very practiced loop path. They have a very organized structure to how they want to handle their rotates, regardless of how zones are pulling. And again, that surge strategy as well. But because this is a build competition, I'm really curious to see just who establishes spacing where in terms of surge towers are going to be best to pinpoint, because I think teams that are uncon like Moxie, Daya, and Regs at such a power POI like Grim Gate, you have that Cerberus medallion, the aspect of agility. It's a pretty steep advantage in comparison to some of these other uncontested POIs, and I think that they'll easily have an opportunity to try and control how these teams on that west side outskirts of the map are actually looking to rotate in. They could essentially bottleneck the lobby if they really wanted to.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. West Coast is the best coast, apparently. It's like super contested on that side of the map. And then I'm like Canadian, so I would want to drop Grand Glacier. So Bree, Ivy, Miss Charms are going to be out on their little island just by themselves in the cold. And we're going to have to see just kind of where the final zones end up. But yeah, West, very, very contested. I wonder, I'm hoping that we get to go and watch that drop immediately and see if there's going to be some ruckus.
Well, one of the teams that we had mentioned was Somerset's team. I think they were down by Brawler's Battleground, right? So in terms of landing, like I'm looking at what type of mobilities that you have to get out, to quickly loot. Do you have enough metal, resources, wood, all those things that come into play that will alter your strategies. But Taco, exactly just like you said, like getting that loop path, getting what you need, but also foresight, right? If you are able to pick up that ability to get foresight and get set up early game, uncontested or not, if you're confident there, it is so important to be set up late game to stay alive for those victory points. But hey, if you want an opportunity to join in today's qualifier, there is an opportunity to enter the pre-qualifiers. Women identifying interested players can join at gonnaneedmilk.com/milkcup register or click on the Twitch panel below. So if anyone wants to register, join, there is a qualifier number 2.
Let's go.
Yeah,
that's all I had to say.
I was like, I thought someone. I was like, did someone say something? But
sorry, I thought that was my cue to woo.
Woo! Anybody wants to join? Listen, and the community Discord, right? So listen, there's all different types of ways to join, and you know what I love about this, y'all?
What?
It creates a safe space, and we're all just connecting and community, right? Community. We love that. But I think, going into this though, I'm really curious to see if we can throw it a game, because I think we actually just got word that we are ready. So the battle bus is ready, you guys. I'm gonna go ahead and throw it to Levin and Taco, and you go ahead, Taco, take it away.
All right, sounds
she's gonna throw us. I didn't want to get thrown, although we're probably small enough to do that.
Well, if anything, yeah, I was about to say I'm like all of 3'0", so I'm pretty sure I could go pretty far. But yes, the lobby is finalized. The battle bus is ready. We're gonna have our first view into the ladies that are dropping in for the Milk Cup, brought to you by Gonna Need Milk. And this is just an awesome series all around, Lemon Kiwi. But most importantly of all, at the end of the day, we got to see who's in first place. And that starts with just getting a really good footing of the competition here in lobby number 1.
And you and I were talking before this whole series started, and there's such a good mix of competition here. I have some friends from other games who are getting into Fortnite. There's some Fortnite goats here, so I'm kind of interested to see the level of building, because maybe some people prefer no builds or just are more experienced in that department. Then there's obviously your competitors that are winning a ton of cash doing the build tournaments, and just how experienced are they going to be mechanically in that department?
I have a lot of respect for any of the ladies that are venturing in from outside games, because Builds is without a doubt one of the most complicated, but one of the best versions of the game. I mean, Builds are definitely my preference, but I am god awful. I've been trying to practice, but it is definitely a whole different kind of beast in comparison to Zero Builds. And I think that where they might fall a little bit short is probably just monitoring all of their walls and edits, most particularly not leaving themselves openly exposed either from behind or just from the side. If you go for any of these wide peak edits, it is very likely that some of our more experienced ladies will definitely take full advantage of that. But really digging this fly through. Also got to give a huge shout to the production team. Keep in mind, it's not just all ladies working the broadcast as well as playing in it, but our production team is also all women. Just an awesome thing to kind of just encapsulate everything that you would possibly want to as far as female power is concerned.
Absolutely. Like, I've worked with Radiant a ton and Irina, so this is the place to be if you guys want to watch women's competition. Speaking of that, we'll be jumping into our game any second now once you enjoy our little montage of all the places we could eliminate other players in, which is great. I just really want to see some water bending like right off the gate, because I watched the FNCS final the other day. A lot of water bending. I'm so stoked to throw some water around.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter what region you are from right now. That is definitely a big part of the competitive meta in general, because Waterbending Mythic, for those of you who might be tuning in to a competition for the first time, don't necessarily have full awareness on what it does. As far as build shred is concerned, it doesn't actually do that much damage against builds directly, but its advantage comes into play when you factor in that it has infinite ammo. The reload time also isn't all that long, so if you're taking like ultra long range fights to try and prioritize your search super early, Waterbending Mythic is by far one of the best ways to accomplish that.
Well, yeah, it doesn't do a lot of damage, but in the long term, like the wood rot, you know, it would probably do damage eventually. You're just like wet, like, oh,
what happens when they build
it's
brick though and metal?
Oh, true, yeah. Well, that's probably a little bit more hydrophobic, but hey, we could see some Thunderbolts too. Thunderbolt of Zeus. You said there was like some niche things we could see today, right?
I wouldn't really anticipate it all that often, but again, it does have some kind of funny circumstances where if someone just wants to sabotage another player's builds or like sabotage a surge tower from afar, they can definitely try and utilize that Thunderbolt of Zeus. But keep in mind, rather locked into the animation, so if you don't have any underworld dashes, you could just become a prime victim while trying to go on the hunt for other players.
I'm excited. And in a trios tournament, what do you think the chances are that if someone goes down, they could just kind of get the reboot card and reboot their third player? Like, is that going to be possible, you think, in this level of competition?
Trios can be a lot more forgiving than duos or solos, especially because solos, obviously, you can only depend exclusively on yourself. But with a trios competition, I think I'm more so curious to see how the ladies are choosing to kind of split responsibilities. Oftentimes you'll see at least one player out of the trio being more prioritized towards carrying items that are more based around like healing resources, so you're looking at your shields, your white health items, and I think it also just kind of depends on where these ladies are landing specifically. I know a team we talked about, Somerset, Frantic, and Yasmin. They're down by Brawler's Battleground. They've also got another team a little bit east to them hanging out by Research Rock, Croc, Sweet, and Weezer. And the main thing to keep in mind here is that this is low elevation towards the south side of the map, or at least this far south. So for Brawler's Battleground, there's a couple of mountains, and if Somerset, Frantic, and Yasmin are quick, they can not only eliminate Ares, take that medallion, get that boosted damage on whoever is actually carrying it at the time for their weapons, but that mountain right next to their POI, splitting them from Proxy and Weezer, that could also be a very advantageous position just to get some early tags in, early damage, maybe even find Nox or eliminations.
I know Somerset is just one of the top players in Builds Fortnite, so I'm really excited. We're in the loot phase right now, so what do you think in Mount Olympus? So do you think people are going to go after Zeus to try and get some mythics going? Like, is this the primary objective everyone is to get mythics?
Not necessarily. I mean, I think the only mythic that is really heavily prioritized at the start is going to be that Cerberus medallion over by Grim Gate, but Mount Olympus, having that aspect of speed with Zeus, it can be nice, but yeah, Brawler's Battleground is all about that Ares medallion, which is just, like I already said, the boosted damage on your weapon. So it's like a damage modifier essentially. And the main issue that they might encounter at Brawler's Battleground, they're usually going to be able to max out as far as brick and wood is concerned. Sometimes metal can be a little bit more problematic to come by, but again, Yasmin seems to be doing a decent job at it.
So far, so good. And especially just being near the edge. I'm wondering kind of like what edge guarding is going to happen too, of just, you kind of want to be, I'm the type of Battle Royale player that once the zone moves, I'm there before it moves. Okay, I do not want the pressure and the stress of the storm behind me. Although I guess in Fortnite you can heal through and do well, but we already have some early action as the drop happens. So Yasmin seems to be okay though.
Yeah, just taking care of some of these early NPCs, get a little bit of loot, and now it's going to be Ares himself that they're looking to tackle. All the while, keep in mind that Ares medallion going to be relatively easy for Yasmin, Somerset, and Frantic to scoop up here. But this is as tried and true as could be. Very similar circumstance throughout all the scrims that I watched them participate in. This was basically their strategy every single time. Loot what they can from the POI specifically, and then immediately take hold of that Ares medallion, just because it gives them a prime opportunity for when they do make their push further north. They're likely going to encounter some difficulties, or at least a little bit of a pause if they try to tackle Mount Olympus, given that there's usually another team there.
Yeah. So do you think like early you would expect teams to run into each other? Because we saw some congestion on the west side, but not as much around Mount Olympus.
Yeah, again, I think that it's just because of the fact that it's starting zone. So many of these ladies are just going to be a lot more prioritized on just getting their early loot paths online. Most of the action is probably going to take place once we actually enter our secondary zone for any teams that are going to look to try and challenge at the forecast towers that do spawn in. Keep in mind there will be 2 forecast towers that these ladies could potentially look to take advantage of. And then that's not even factoring the weapon bunkers that have become a little bit more of a factor once Zone 3. It gives them the heads up, and we'll know when those weapon bunkers are live as well. The in-game audio cue lets everybody know exactly when those are going live.
Gotta catch the train. Okay, we got already a box. Ooh, teams getting close to each other. Oh, okay, has the high ground. That's a suspicious looking wooden box. Our team's just taking angles, maybe just also respecting that space of they have the advantage, they don't really have to engage this.
The problem that Hasune is running into here is that she just doesn't have that many builds for an elongated fight, and they don't really want to forfeit their position on the high ground either. They can kind of lock this other team towards the low ground, and I think that's why they're probably going to look to try and establish some space once they cross the bridge next to Snooty Steps. Just gives them much better leverage on trying to pressure out teams that are still on that south side outskirts.
We got Tokyo near restored reels, swimming away. How much fishing do you do when you play? Because I'm too nervous to fish out in the open. What if I get shot while I'm just trying to relax by the water?
Fishing is a lot more dependent on where you're dropping. I think that for some of these ladies, they could be looking to try and take advantage of some of the fishing holes available, but at the same time, they'll usually throw up a build or two if they really feel concerned like somebody's going to interrupt. And you'll usually have at least one other player keeping an eye out, just like Sophie right now. Caught wind, Crocs and Glocks immediately though. Boxes built up. Sophie going to have to decide now whether or not she wants to take this immediate engagement, but the shots have already been fired. A couple of tags raining through. Thermal DMR definitely doing its job, but at the same time, if this was a Hunter's DMR, these shots would be a lot more problematic. Right now, teams not necessarily as concerned. They can just throw up easy wall edits right now, and with it being near fencing fields, they're not going to take very long to refarm this wood.
Yeah, and Sophie has plenty of shield, plenty of health, and still has a team to her left side to worry about, so she's going to disengage off this hill, so she could choose when and where, so just even putting pressure on that team in the distance was nice, so now wanting to just keep track of them as our teams are converging closer and closer, but still needing to also build up towards some mass.
And some of these ladies' loadouts, too, definitely draw a little bit of concern. It seems as though Neutral has decided to be the prioritization of White Heel's resources. And Robin, I think, going to be leading the charge here. She's got that Hunter's DMR. Got called for earlier. That's going to be a primary source of damage. It's like easily the runaway lead for getting some advantageous scope-ins on your opposition. Depends on how much of a scope she actually has on it, whether it's a thermal DMR or she could have no scope. That is also a possibility.
I love just the coordinated outfits too, but I gotta focus on the important stuff. So yeah, you point out the Hunter's DMR, needing maybe a shotgun later game, as now Sofiane is just watching them build across. But hey, even just forcing them to use those materials is always nice, but you don't want to just waste your ammo willy-nilly either. So just gonna get into a more advantageous position. You see Somerset building the sniper's tower in front. Sofiane, wait, Somerset is not on her team, so Sofiane is gonna call for reinforcements, gonna try and get the high ground. Where did Somerset go? And even starting to poke at that shield. Sofiane seems in a good spot.
The problem, though, Sofiane drew too much attention, too many teams kind of surrounding this area. She had the right idea, going for the roof for height, but after getting only one tag into Yasmin, the problem is Yasmin, Frantic, they're just going to close in entirely. Once your position's been given away, there is no escaping. That is exactly the kind of firepower expected from a team like Somerset, Frantic, Yasmin. The moment that Sophie dropped to that low ground, she just became an instant pinpoint target.
Yeah, trying to create that basement and just crawl like a rat. Did not work out, could not play hide and go seek. But Lux Glory against eBay there. And, oh, my buddy SK from another game. Good luck. You got some pros in front of you, but not at full health, not at full shield, but breaking through this brick by brick. Alpha Daddy Burr. Okay, nice. These names are gonna get me. But this is just a maze to get through, and this is what new players have to experience. Also a shotgun close range. Rin in trouble, really depending on her team to get those walls up, allowing her to heal and use this medkit.
Doesn't have a whole lot of time remaining. Some very valuable resources, though, that are going to be picked up. A refresh for materials, though, is going to be the most important aspect. Keep in mind, Rin was incredibly low on her builds, only had about 4 or 5 remaining. Granted, some of our other teammates have a little bit more to offer, but at the same time, this is a pretty stretched out fight to be taking place at Unmoored Manor. There's a lot of ground to cover as they have to move further central on the map. And keep in mind, those teams we just saw at Fencing Field, they're already in a prime position to kind of hold these guys back. So a bit of a tough position. Despite winning that early engagement, not sure it's going to play out for them later on.
And you talked about how they're going to balance these responsibilities in these fights. One person maybe building, giving the other time to heal, the other one pressuring teams back. And that kind of coordination, you saw that at least on some Team Somerset's side of vanquishing that one player who was just trying to heal, but also had a teammate down. So I'll take back what I said, that they were in a good position. No longer, because they're dead. So we're left with 27 teams, still a healthy lobby. Miss Charms being sneaky with friends, but with a brick setup, is able to overlook here on the Glacier side. I said that this was like the Canadian zone, because not a lot of people dropped here. But some people at a distance, wide out, right in the open, they can always drop to the other side of the mountain, but someone's taking a zip line up, and that's still a hard shot to take.
Yeah, but these are shots that Miss Charms needs to connect, because being a contestant at Grand Glacier, you're not going to find many opportunities to get that early surge going. So a couple of whiffs on the zip line, but difficulties for all of us. Moxie, Regs, they want to do what they can. Crocs and Glocks find themselves tangled up in another fight. Can't really hold her wall for much longer. Gonna find herself forfeiting, falling back to another box entirely. Tries to engage, actually knocks Regs in the process. She never had a chance to see it coming. They got over-aggressive with how they actually wanted to take this extension. Massive fire back, though, from Crocs. And that's going to be the breathing room her team needed. Now it's down to Moxie and Aya to do what they can. But they're going to have to play it for the reboot card, if anything.
Just a deadly at close range with the Gatekeeper shotgun, just dropping the wall and fighting for piece control. Worked out for Weezer. Now able to get to a more stable health position, but there's also a team nearby, and that's one of our favorites, Team Moxie, above them too, needing to maybe get some high ground, but
no, they
so
let her
far
get back up. They actually forfeited playing even more aggressively into Regs despite having such a clean knock. Goes to show that Moxie and Daya definitely did an excellent job at just pintering separate line of sights into Crocs' box, but again, materials running ever slimmer. Sweet trying to do what she can, but it's a double fire back. Moxie Regs, clean line of sight into Sweet's box. Trying to take an opportunity to recover shield, but it won't be granted. Weezer now, return fire exchange. It's all up to Sweet. She has no shield to work with, scrambling inside of the boxes, trying to escape. She loses another one of her teammates, Crocs. She knows she's just got to abandon ship. This is dire straits currently. Only a matter of time now, and Sweet, sure enough, 3 eliminations, clean as could be. Moxie, Daya, and Regs, slight hiccup in the moment, but the fact that they were able to actually pressure Crocs, Weezer far enough to get the full revive onto Regs is literal insanity.
Yeah. And with teammates down, just to know to keep pressing until the whole team is wiped. We're seeing, we were right, just what teams we were highlighting. Speaking of that, we got Vanessa, Nina, and Vader, another team favored to go far. Heading now towards the north. Teams now a little bit more spaced out. We might see some level of calm, which is nice.
Hanging just outside where the rescue station is located. They could also opt to try and take advantage of the bridge. Frantic. She doesn't need any assistance. That's her 4th. It's going to be her 5th elimination, actually. And she's still going. 7 elims in total so far for Frantic's team. Make that 8. And this is just a clinic. These ladies have been working their way up north since their initial drop south of the map at Brawler's Battleground, and they have been making it look easy. Material count at an all-time high. This is exactly the kind of setup, the kind of leverage you want heading into that mid and late game.
Took some shots. She has some teammates behind her. 4-4 JR in hand, so if anyone wants to tussle, I mean, I wouldn't want to mess with Frantic, that's for sure. So gonna get the fizz going, make sure everyone is top to full before they take on this next team over to their west, but deciding to maybe leave this, not really need it.
When you have as many eliminations as Frantic, Yasmin, and Somerset do collectively, there's no necessity to try and challenge the team currently on Rift Island. Also, keep in mind, that was Moxie, Regs, and Daya that we saw at the top of the Rift Island that spawned in. They're likely just going to be taking full advantage of the weapons mod bench that's available on that island, as well as just refarming any necessary materials. Most often, brick going to be the primary resource that a lot of players usually find themselves going to Rift Island for, but they've also got a decent eagle-eye view over the rest of the lobby. Players that are still going to be rotating from that west side of the map, those late stragglers that were trying to play more towards dead side of zones, they're going to have some difficulties now with Moxie, Daya, and Regs, as long as they're sitting at the top of Rift Island, and they're going to have an easy rotate out also.
This like little sniper's perch that they got going on where they could do some of that zone guarding, but Frantic being so quiet. This is some sturdy material though in front of them. She has her teammates probably sneaking up.
They have no idea
behind her. They don't know. Pepe left. And there's some wood, so she can break this down. And here is the surprise. She got the jump on him, but can't seem to get to the high ground. And now just tracking them with the shotgun. Manages to knock down Mary. And Somerset has lost Yasmin. Frantic still by her side. And in the box battle, K falls. And Frantic, she left by herself now. At least Somerset is a tough spot. Will be able to be brought back up.
It's a good trade, but at the bottom of this mountain could potentially be another team trying to enclose in their position. Just love the way that Frantic boxed off the launch pad, though. Made it so there was no way that Marie or anybody else could possibly escape. Losing part of the trio, though, is a tough blow. Here now, checking back in with Kels, Lily, Avelina. They've also got at least 2 eliminations, so not necessarily leading as far as aggression is concerned, but they're doing what they need to collect their necessary materials and just keep themselves hoisted in a decent position to play out the remainder of this lobby. Might find themselves caught up in a little bit of a crossfire here. They've got to be careful. Teams already holding edge of zone. They don't want to really waste too much time with the team slightly west of their current position. That's why you can see the other team not even bothering to take shots at them just yet. Both of these teams understand the importance of making it into zone before they find themselves kind of getting bouncered just outside the edge of it.
This zone is pulling so heavy east. I didn't know I was gonna get like the Canadian buff. I'm just, we're gonna, I guess, have a winter final zone coming up maybe. But, okay, we heard some shots. Man, the teams are so close to each other. Just making sure they have everything they need before the storm comes in. Because you might be exposed, you may be out in the open. So this is the time to heal and really plan how you want to rotate towards the next zone.
But at least for all the ladies involved in this first lobby, everybody is already dipping into the placement points. It's that top 25 is the cutoff. 26 and under, you get nada, 0 points. So every little bit counts here. Frantic, Somerset, they were able to get a successful reboot onto Yasmin. Massive stuff, and they are just keeping their reign of terror rolling strong in this lobby. They fully understand the kind of contenders they're dealing with. Again, Moxie, Dia, Regs, another team that we saw getting relatively aggressive here, but they are trying to break ahead of the rest of the pack early on and starting things strong with 12 eliminations. That's 24 points just off of their elims.
And, you know, Storm Surge, that damage threshold, I think they're fine. 2400 above the damage threshold, but, man, they're getting pressured. They're trying to figure out from where. Just getting some edits in. And they'll see right above them, Somerset. Being careful here. 2 eliminations, but this team has been wrecking the lobby. Somerset waiting to just either get some high ground or get better vision as she breaks out, hoping to get a good swing. And so many teams in front of her too. But this is one of the best teams that we have in this tournament. Team K across on the mountain at long range. Somerset is going to do the best they can. Just breaking down the materials as best they can. Have someone that can heal them up. But this is going to get hectic pretty soon, as you guys can tell.
This is looking like a possible lobby win here. Somerset, Yasmin, Frantic, they won 4 out of 6 of their pre-qual lobby matches. Pretty impressive stat. And there are other teams that could definitely look to try and threaten their current position, but they've already full cranked, taken control of height, decent spot inside edge of zone. They've also got a launch pad directly underneath. Somerset just going pre-edit, make sure that they have a quick escape, quick rotate if need be. Service Battalion dropped momentarily on the map, so they're fully aware of the fact that they are going to have to be dealing with Moxie, Dia, and Regs at some point, challenging them for the high ground. Question is whether or not they're actually able to take some shots at some of those teams scrambling underneath them at the base of this mountain. These pools can be vicious depending on how far they actually choose to span across the mountain range.
This is quite the base that Frantic and friends are building. And right below them, very injured competition. And you even see the Storm Surge starting to claim its victims. So it's about finding that opening. And really, how many players you could be facing on the other side. But this base is looking good, and they have such good high ground, as you already mentioned. This zone is getting so small, too. And I mean, now Vader and friends, they seem like they're in a comfortable spot.
Yeah, they don't have as much surge, but when you are still 862 above that damage threshold, you are definitely still in a very comfortable position. They've also scoped out the fact that there is a team playing that ultimate height currently. And we're talking about Somerset's team having 4 out of 6 lobby wins. Well, you're looking at Vader, Nina, and Vanessa, who collected 6 for 6 in that first lobby pre-quals heat. So, again, a lot of power swingers in this lobby. And just knowing that we still have another 5 matches after this first one is incredible stuff to work with. Everybody trying to establish themselves after this first lobby. Like the way that Vader, Nina, and Vanessa are playing it, though. They've kind of overtaken a good spot of the mansion here at Grand Glacier, but with the zone pulling just outside of the current landscape, it is going to require a lot of shuffling towards that east side of the mountain range. And this is where teams that are already missing a member or two are really going to start to struggle, because it's going to be tough playing backside of zone when everyone can see you on the go.
Rotation called. Team Alpha on their way. And without Lux, like, geez. See, these two women can survive just being out in the open and just running on fumes in terms of their mats and able to find some scraps, sure, but if you have to fight for scraps, this is not the best place to be. But the best place to be at this part is having control of that mountain. Storm Surge, these ladies will be okay for now, but just trying to get on top of this mountain would be ideal. You'd rather be on top of it than be below it, of course. But now that you hear all these shots go off, you want to make sure you're well protected and as healed up as possible. And this storm is moving, and everyone is converging.
I like what Frantic and Somerset are doing, though. The confidence. They're actually going to lead the charge now, dropping from height just to make sure that they can try and suppress that secondary height a little bit more so. Vader, Nina, Vanessa, they're trying to target through their own separate layer. Right side peek, not going to work out for the time being, but Vader, Nina, Vanessa, still holding tight. 600 above on that damage threshold. They know it's only a matter of time before the players that are desperate for damage start trying to roll their way into their box. I think that's why they haven't necessarily forfeited this spot in the mid ground. A little bit of pressure on one of their side walls, but the box they're currently sitting in, relatively safe. So many of these ladies trying to drop too. They're falling towards that ultimate low ground. And depending on their build count, they might not be able to work their way back up.
Well, if everyone's on the top, maybe if you're at the bottom, you could just circle around and be the place less traveled by. And this is quite the drop. Oh, geez. Just hoping to slip and slide their way below the competition as the storm, man, has congregated everybody into this final dance. And this is only the first game of 6. And Frantic and everybody very healthy, but lower and lower on mats, but not in the worst position compared to others. See Pixie in a bad spot. A lot of teams in trouble. But Daya and friends on the top of the mountain, they get to look down on their competition, use the other side of the mountain as cover. Materials don't help them.
This is the problem, though, when you're trying to hold height against the team that has that aspect of agility with the Cerberus Medallion. Frantic, Yasmin, Somerset, they're going to try to ramp up now, but it could be too little too late. They're forced to just try and overtake the front side of zone from a separate layer, but they know that high ground still being very heavily controlled by Daya, Moxie, and Regs. Now they're going to make their push. They've spotted out their opportunity. They want to see if they can overthrow the current champions of high ground. If they are successful, that could be a massive swing for their favoritism as far as winning out this first lobby is concerned. But no, it's actually Reddish. Nolik encountered some difficulties already. Cut off in the choke initially. Somerset caught in the storm momentarily. A little bit of YHP loss. Vanessa also going to find herself falling. Moxie doing what she can to hold the charge strong. But Moxie, Regs, and Daya could not have set themselves up in a better position. That was great cover from Moxie to maintain high ground control.
Oh, Somerset in trouble, barely dip dive and dodging, and Moxie and friends on the high ground. Medallion, but not a lot of mats left. But coming from the bottom, a lot of shots to try and destroy this base. Moxie and Diane Regs playing a good split and just trying to find angles around these teams below them. As Frantic is trying to get Somerset back up. They're just playing hide and go seek. Great pressure out of Moxie. Frantic says, all right, 1v1 me, never mind. That is it. Victory for Team Moxie.
Just no real opportunity for anybody else to essentially threaten their position. We saw a decent attempt coming out of Somerset's trio, but unfortunately it was just not enough. Too many other teams already kind of suffocating that secondary height layer just made it impossible for them to fully traverse through. And actually pretty sick seeing Moxie, Daya, and Regs take this first Victory Royale, because throughout those women's scrims that I was talking about that Emperor and K-Moors have been setting up for everybody to get some good practice in, we saw a good amount of wins actually from Moxie, Daya, and Regs. So they're making it matter, or they're making it count when it matters most on the day.
This was so intense. I was not expecting this final zone to be in the Grand Glacier. And it's like Queen of the Hill, I guess we'll call it. And the Queens of the Hill, Team Moxie, besting some of the best in the competition. But hey, it's all about accumulating those points because we have so many games ahead of us. But before we go to the next one, we're gonna send it to a quick break if that is ready. And we'll see you on the other side.
Hey guys, I'm Frantic,
And I'm Kay Morse.
and this is Would You Rather.
Fortnite OG or modern Fortnite?
I'm gonna have to say Fortnite OG.
And I'm gonna have to go with modern Fortnite just because I did not play during Fortnite OG era, so I have more experience in the modern Fortnite. Stark or Grimgate?
That's a really tough one. I think I'm gonna have to go with Stark just because it was my favorite season, and I hope Grimgate gets taken out of the game.
I am also gonna have to agree. I think that Stark is better. It was the first season that I played, but I also hate Grimgate, so I want it out now.
Would you rather have a gold Scar or a gold MK?
I would rather have a gold MK because it was the first gun with a scope, and I think that scopes on guns in Fortnite work way better.
I would rather have a gold Scar because I like OG Fortnite, and so the OG guns are my favorite. CSGO or Valorant?
I would have to say Valorant. It is the only other game I really play other than Fortnite right now. I'm not very good, but I would pick Valorant.
I'm with you on that one. I've never played CSGO, and I play Valorant pretty often. PlayStation or Xbox?
I would have to say PlayStation. That was the first console, the only console that I ever had when I was younger, so I would definitely go with the PlayStation.
Well, I'm gonna say PlayStation because I have a PlayStation now, and I use a PlayStation controller on my PC.
Would you rather play duos or trios?
At the moment, I would rather play trios. I feel like duos gets really repetitive.
I would also pick trios. I think it's a lot more competitive and it's a lot more fun than duos. Oh, this is a great question. Would you rather have Peterbot's mechanics or Acorn's game sense?
Definitely Peterbot's mechanics.
I don't know. Acorn has really good game sense, but Peterbot is Peterbot. So, but I think I'm gonna go with Acorn's game sense. Would you rather have a gold gatekeeper shotgun or a gold hammer shotgun?
I'd definitely rather have a gold gatekeeper shotgun. I was a gatekeeper hater at the beginning of the season, but now I love it, and I think it's the best shotgun.
I would also have to say the mythic gatekeeper shotgun. I also was a hater, and now I think it's a really good shotgun. I think it's more OP than the hammer shotgun. Would you rather have the Grim Gate medallion or all three of the other medallions?
I would definitely rather have the Grim Gate medallion. I think it's the most broken item in the game at the moment.
I would also have to say the Grim Gate medallion. It is the perfect win condition every single time, so if I could get it, I would have it.
Would you rather a night in or a night out?
I would rather have a night in. I'm very much a homebody and I'm a gamer, so I'd rather just sit inside and play video games all night.
I think I agree with you on that one. I'm also a homebody, so night in.
Are you a cat person or a dog person?
I would definitely say I'm a dog person. I have had a few cats throughout my life, but I've always liked dogs better.
I would also have to say dogs. I do have 3 of them, and I'm very allergic to cats, so I would definitely go with dogs.
Would you rather take a cold shower or a hot shower?
I'm definitely a hot shower person. I think that anybody who is capable of taking a cold shower might be insane, but I do support it. But I would rather take a nice hot and warm shower.
I think I agree. I don't know how people can put themselves through a cold shower.
It's movie night. Would you rather watch a comedy movie or a scary movie?
I am definitely a comedy person. I don't like scary movies at all, so comedy 10 times out of 10.
Yeah, I would have to agree with comedy. I usually watch movies at night, and I hate watching scary movies before I go to bed, so I would definitely go with comedy.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Milk Cup. Game number 1 has just been completed. We've had some time to breathe, calm down a little bit. So much hype that came in, but no one's hype right now and winning that game number 1 as Moxie, Regs, and Daya. And let me tell you what, Taco, they were on the verge of even losing that drop.
Yeah, it was a bit surprising to see them kind of get caught up for a second by Fencing Fields, Croc, Sweet, and Weezer nearly managed to get the better end of them, but it was such an excellent recovery done by Moxie and Daya, just forcibly creating space so they could get the revive onto Regs, but that's not the only form of action that we saw taking place throughout this game.
That's right. And I mean, all of the plays of sort of positioning is key, right? But I mean, Kiwi, right? In some of the plays that you've seen, sneaky plays could be key too as well.
I know. I saw this also tweeted out by, I think, the Radiant account on Twitter, but just Agent Frantic and everybody on the team just crawling their way towards the tower and then just getting the jump on them, and then even Taco caught the fact that they boxed them off from the launch pad so they couldn't even escape. So it's like, you're trapped in here with me. And then of course Frantic and friends have been so fun to watch. They got to the top 2, I believe, but it was quite literally queen of the hill at the end.
Most definitely. And that's one of the things too, like with all these squads, these trios, right? They have to play together, they have to play close, and you need your resources for late game. In those situations, we've seen these teams thrive, but for Moxie and Regs, like the duo-ship that they've always had, I've seen a long time, that I feel like that camaraderie, right? That chemistry that you need for all of these squads late game is key, because top 11 Taco is key here today.
Yeah, I think everybody's got their eyes set on the prize pool, but of course, the real prize is just securing your spot for that LAN championship. And if you can get it in with the first one, you're one and done. That has got to be one of the greatest feelings of all time. So I know these ladies definitely have their eyes locked on that top 11 in the leaderboard, but Moxie, Regs, and Daya, I think that they just gave us a prime example of exactly why that aspect of agility is so overwhelmingly powerful, because when these zones pool towards so much elevation, like what we saw far east of the map, playing outside of Grand Glacier, you're dealing with that mountain range, you're dealing with trying to scale that side of the mountain face. Essentially, they save so many materials and resources in that late game because they don't have to build as much as everybody else. They can just keep sharing that aspect of agility amongst each other. They always had those underworld dashes to use to their advantage, and that's what made it all the more difficult for any teams that tried to threaten them. And we really only saw one other team, and that was Somerset's squad, try to take advantage of overthrowing height.
Yeah, I think there was one point where we saw both, it was both Somerset and Frantic just kind of dropping down from the mountain. Kiwi, I don't know if you spot that, but like towards the late game, right? Kiwi, like what are some of the things that are just crazy? Because when it comes to building, like some of these plays just happen so fast.
Yeah, I mean, that zone started converging towards the mountain, and there were players that were just already set up on the mountains. There was ones that were just trying to break their way through other people's bases. Then you saw some kind of rats just like go through the bottom of the mountain. Maybe it's because they didn't have materials. Maybe it's because they didn't really want that smoke. So either way, it was Moxie and friends being at the very top that, of course, were able to decide those engagements. That is the beauty and the advantage of having the high ground.
Deciding the engagements too, that's so key. Setting the tone is key, but it's only game number 1. We do have game number 2. I'm getting here ready, so I'm gonna go ahead and drink my chocolate milk and get more hydrated. You guys go ahead and take it away.
Thanks so much. Excited for game number 2. We'll have our leaderboard update as we get in, but let's just get right into the action of game 2.
Of course, and I mean, I think something else that I kind of want to see a little bit more of. I saw my girl Reddish towards the end of that first lobby. She popped up momentarily with her team. Granted, they were kind of suffering inside of a lot of the congestion that had built up in that secondary height layer. But Reddish, Lola, Noaleg, this is a team that you simply cannot sleep on. And I really like their drop. It's a very popular one. I think I saw it throughout the course of FNCS, but that split between Coastal Comms and Slumber Yard just east of Classy Courts, there's a lot of material that they could look to take advantage of from that position. And I just think that having the weapons bunker potential so close to them as well, just a little bit southwest of where that split is at, it could make some real possibilities here for us to see a little bit more. So I'm definitely expecting to see some more pop-ups from the likes of Reddish and her team.
I'm sad because I was wanting to see more waterbending, and I didn't. At least we weren't on POV with the people that had the waterbending mythic, but it kind of ended up being really, really close range. Because you know, even people were sneaking up with shotguns. It ended up being a lot of close range duels.
Yeah, I think most of that is just going to stem from the fact that a lot of these ladies, if they have the option between waterbending or the Hunter's DMR, they're probably going to want to take that Hunter's DMR instead, just because of the scoping. And the other thing to consider too is that sometimes the ladies, they just have outright agreements of stuff that they don't want to deal with. And part of that could be that vote out of not allowing the waterbending mythic in this competition here today. It's something that has kind of been a reoccurring theme with a lot of our lady competitors, and so if they opted to make that decision to not want to play with the waterbending mythic, then that is also going to be the primary reason why we're not seeing it in today's competition.
Oh, well, that's good to know. Well, no water allowed, guys, because this is a milk cup, not a water cup. Okay, so milk bending only. Oh, that'd be so great. They've actually, like, Gonna Need Milk has done a custom map, so get on that milk bending. That would be really weird, actually.
Not too sure it's exactly the same thing, but man, check out that leaderboard result after the first lobby. Moxie and Frantic's teams just nearly massive leads. I mean, practically 30 points in both circumstances. So Moxie and Frantic definitely have a good idea what they want to bring to the table here. Miss Charms, she's got to close this engagement fast. Siphon Matt's actually going to play a big part here. She did not have many materials, but those 10 additional builds now makes it possible for her to try and pressure a little bit further. Seems like she's kind of lost track of where the other members had scampered off to. Fortunately for her, Anna pick up the pieces. 2 eliminations already here at Grand Glacier. Some very early skirmishes too that you wouldn't have necessarily anticipated, because Bree, Ivy, and Miss Charms, they were initially marked as uncontested here. So some ladies already trying to take advantage of the fact of, hey, if our first job didn't work out for us, let's try a different one.
It's a pretty big mansion. There's a lot of rooms. So, you know, multiple trios could live here if they wanted to. But yeah, I guess with the final zone being near Grand Glacier, it kind of puts you in a eliminating type of mood. So if everyone dropping here, it's like, okay, if it pulls here, we are going to be the queens of the hills. But hey, I wasn't expecting that kind of early pressure. But now the whole mansion is theirs and all the loot.
They'll definitely be able to take advantage of the vault located at Grand Glacier. Granted, splitting it between 3 people could pose some problems, but meanwhile, opposite direction of the map, falling back towards that south side, Snooty Steps. Already several teams kind of hanging out around the edge of this first zone. Panda from the low ground, recognizing the fact that she's got a little bit of fire coming her way. Gonna throw some small shield potions across to her teammate, Robin. But playing the low ground towards the team peeking at height. When you've got trios too, 3 separate ladies spraying your builds. Yeah, that's gonna be an early force of some of the hard material. And they don't have many builds to work with. Ideally, Panda, Neutral, Robin, they just need a full disengage. Maybe part of the reason why the Flowberry has come out in the first place. But they're not taking advantage of that gravity extension they could get with their jumps. It seems like they want this fight, but Mari, Scare, Kay, they've got to be smart about how they actually want to engage, because there is a third-party possibility starting to build just on the other side of the hill.
Jeez, 3 teams converging, as you said, and this is why the 3 Little Pigs did so much better in a brick house, and this is why this is a very sturdy lodge here next to the beach. Not very serene with I don't know, a team on the mountain looking down above them, so they're just gonna have to use so many materials to either tunnel their way out of this or tunnel their way towards it, depending on, like you said, if they want to get that kind of engagement. But they have a shotgun if they can even get close enough to use it. But just getting a peek out to see really who is there. So we have the X-ray, of course, but they don't. So they don't have laser eyes. They can't tell that the team is there or not, but they're on the other side of the hill.
Third party actually bailed them out for the time being. Doesn't seem as though Scarek and Mari actually wanted to keep trying to close in on Robin's position because of the fact that they felt like it would make themselves too easy of a target. Oftentimes when you see the ladies get caught in these overextended fights, you'll see that third party interference come in every single time, and it just leaves you for an ultimate scramble when you've, depending on how long it took you to get those initial eliminations of the first fight you tried to catch up with, you might not have enough left over in the tank to actually deal with that third-party team. So makes sense why we see that departure. DJ Lovely probably wishing that she had some white heels. Have to hope that somebody else on her team is carrying them. Otherwise, could see some very early troubles for the likes of DJ Lovely, Karina, and Vladimir. And they're just trying to opt for a full dead side rotate. Whether or not they've been able to establish their surge early on, that'll be determined as the zones continue to develop. But even though their plan is to initially try and follow along dead side, they're not the only ones looking for it.
At least they got those heals that you wanted, but being stuck in the storm isn't ideal. So, but of course you can always just heal through this damage, but it makes me nervous. I don't like playing in the storm, but hey, they got some hills that they could go over and they seem to be okay. But then there's a team just on the outskirts that could be rotating towards them, but as long as they just keep going towards the zone, everything should be okay.
Smart to make use of buying the shield potions off of the NPC as well. Pretty common tactic for a lot of these ladies to try and take advantage of, and now that they're trying to make sure that they stay ahead of the storm itself, granted it is still so early on, one tick damage not going to be all that problematic. It's just if you spend too much time, then you start to wonder, am I going to become a victim of that storm sickness later on in the lobby? But at least for right now, their primary concern is just going to be how they actually traverse through that mid-map territory.
There's 3 different teams here in Grand Glacier, and Kay, Kiana, Liz, who is apparently tweaking, are seeing a very real team in front of them. And of course, we already saw a team early on in the mansion. Not sure if that's the same one, but that's a pretty good power position on this map. Everyone's pretty healthy, making their way around. And on the other side of this wall, look, getting above Kiana, trying to protect herself, and below a not-so-friendly face, but making an opening to protect herself, realizing that there's another team off in the distance. Now hoping to kind of assess the situation a bit better and get themselves healed up, mainly get some shields topped up before trying to take on more than one team.
Kiana has to use the last of her chug splashes, though. She's really trying to reserve that Flowberry Fizz because it's such an important asset when it comes to those mid-game rotations. These charms, though. Inspire in her sights. Inspire trying to escape, but situation looking relatively grim now. This charm's going to come to a quick halt, though. Want to take advantage of the chest that was available, so that is going to give an opportunity for Inspire to regenerate at least some shield, but she's still on the move from a whole team. 3 versus 1 situation, and she's not going to be able to reunite with the remnants of her team either. An easy knock here for Miss Charms. Now transitioned into an elimination. It just makes you wonder how far behind was the rest of Inspire's team, because the fact that she got so separated from her squad is not something that is commonly seen in this kind of competition.
Maybe with how many teams were nearby, you just gotta do what you can and separate, and that's just kind of the result of maybe just getting shot at. Everyone just takes shelter in different areas, and that's what kind of panic does to you sometimes. But Miss Charms and friends don't have to panic too much. They are sort of out in the open. Once they get over this hill, it should be fine. There's no vehicles, of course, so you gotta just do a lot of cardio to get towards that zone. And of course, get your materials up. Still a healthy lobby, though, of 28 teams left.
nearly into the placement point aspect, that's for sure. And Miss Charms, Bubble, Ivy. Now that they're approaching Reckless Railways, they're going to have to be on high alert. Keep in mind, this is Vader, Nina, and Vanessa's backyard. At least it's their starting point, dropping at this initial POI. And if they're still lingering, given the way that the zones have been pulling, they might have moved a little bit more towards the outskirts of Reckless Railways just to try and get some surge tags onto teams that were rotating a little bit further away from that central map position. But at the same time, as soon as they realize, hey, there's teams that are going to have to be moving into our actual drop spot, that might be prime pickings for them to get their hands on. So we'll have to check back in with Reckless a little bit later on. Currently, the action taking place in between Rebels Roost and Lavish Lair. It's Dia, Moxie, and Regs. It seems they've rotated a little bit northeast here, likely to just take advantage of the bunker that they're currently trying to pretty much claim with their box space, but they know the other team slightly underneath them, Alina, Emma, and Velxen, they don't want to give this up. They want to at least pose some kind of a challenge, because letting go of a weapons bunker after investing so much materials to create these box builds, it is a tough break to just forfeit all of those assets for nothing.
Gonna be forfeiting this roof pretty soon. It's taking heck of bullets. Just everyone, Moxie, Dia, Regs, just all shooting this cover at the same time. Have a pretty solid base built, as Moxie is even going to take an alternative angle, but maybe not knowing that there's a team to their east. But I guess deciding that, well, they're going to need more materials to maybe take this fight. So going for more wood. Moxie was at around 80 before this point. And deciding, okay, we did scare them, and we just got to focus on ourselves.
Yeah, the main thing here for Moxie is that it takes all of maybe 30 seconds to full refarm your wood. Right now, Casey, she's got to keep an eye out for what's actually underneath. She had that wall headed open for so long, just over peaking. That kind of extension is going to be an easy opportunity for a player like Moxie to take full advantage of. And unsure, doesn't look like this was Moxie, Regs, and Dia Surge Tower pre-existing wise that they just passed, but with the Rift Island having just spawned in, and with it being in such an ideal location, Moxie, Regs, Dia, they want to be the first ones to the top of the island. Another big body shot coming out of that Huntress DMR, the 4x scope, just proving why Moxie is considered a top competitor in this lobby.
Nice little loot island too, and you can just be above everybody and have some time to relax, and you'll hear them if they're coming. Just nice and central. Oh, someone's taking the train. How nice.
You won't see that often, though.
Oh.
Yeah, just a little bit too exposed whenever players are actually opting for the train rotates, and it really just boils down to who's paying attention. But there's usually going to be at least one or two teams that are always going to look at the train itself. And since you can't actually build on the train, it does leave you relatively exposed if a team decides that they want to get aggressive with anyone that's actually utilizing the train.
Maybe it's just a come at me bro strat. You just be on the train, post up, ready to stand and deliver. See how that goes. But someone is not standing and delivering. They were just more gliding. Only 200 damage, 263 damage above the threshold. So in a, I mean, not in a dangerous spot, but not in the most comfortable one. Still within the zone. Is pretty chill.
Definitely still a lot on the line here, though, for these ladies in lobby number 2. Moxie, Dia, Regs, they got off to a strong start, getting the first Victory Royale of the day in our last match. And with them situated tight on top of Rift Island, also want to give a big shout outs to Moxie. Keep in mind, she's a controller player. And controller players always earn the utmost respect when they're able to be at the caliber of competitor that Moxie is. She's representing the right-hand claw gang, and I think one of the cooler aspects as well is that she's playing in honor of her brother, who she lost in September 2022, and he's the one that first introduced her to Fortnite. So she's just trying to make him proud, and if she can replicate that Game 1 performance, I think she will definitely accomplish it.
And just peeking out this window, you got 2 bases in front of... Okay. There's some not so friendly neighbors nearby. Storm Surge active, only 26 damage above the threshold. Okay for now, but with those teams nearby, that threshold changes. They could be ready to take that engagement. Speaking of people who don't really need an engagement, Moon and friends, just trying to get their materials up, having no wood though. This forest is gonna get it pretty soon. We're gonna be chopping down this whole forest, but it's just trying to really not take any fights at all.
Problem is there are already so many teams that have rotated through center map, and Reckless Railway is not going to be the easiest time of refarming the wood. But she is maxed out as far as metal and brick is concerned, and hard mats almost always more difficult to come by in the late game. But yeah, definitely some requirements to refarm her wood builds. At the same time though, Emperor, very familiar player when it comes to the builds territory in general. Wouldn't be surprised to see her continue to try and hover that top 11 in the leaderboards. Right now though, Gwenki, Botley, Shadow, they are just doing what they can. They've caught the attention of the lobby. They are just getting absolutely decimated as far as their builds are concerned. Entirely out of brick now. That is a massive blow to this squad. They are going to have a rough time trying to look for an opportunity to refarm brick from their current position. And not only that, but the moment the metal and the wood builds start coming out, that's when you know that a team is really pressed for their materials. So there's bound to be even more pressure getting applied. K-Mors and Sophian operating as a duo in a competition of trios for lobby number 2, and another really tough position to be in. They're trying to find an opening, but with all these pre-builds laid out in front of them, they know everywhere they move is not safe.
At least being able to use those pre-existing builds to rotate is always nice, but it's going to be a team right ahead of them. And with the storm looming, this is a lot of pressure, especially with the limited materials that they have. So they may just have to set up here and be forced to engage, because you see they're already taking some shots at a distance. Sophie hoping to at least exchange that and be able to bite back to just at least settle them down, but looks like they've been able to bunker down. Everything is okay, but Lily already breaking down some of these walls. Kiana on the other side peeking, and Lily waiting for her moment to shine, peeking above and getting some high ground ideally. And now breaking through the brick. You know, with that wood wall, it'll come down in a second, but no one was on the other side, so it's a game of cat and mouse.
Kel's kind of just lurking, hoping that some of these late rotating teams might stumble across her builds. She could look for a prime opportunity with that blue hammer, try and take advantage of an easy pick, but again, some really aggressive open wall edit peaks. Kels and Lily just very fortunate that nobody has decided to look back just yet, but they're also a team that needs to rotate eventually. Sure, they might get some shots off onto the opposition that's already made it into zone, but once they make their move, they're going to be the ones that are drawing attention from the teams that they were just shooting at, sort of getting their revenge in a sense. And now, Kels, Lily, they're just caught up in the crossfire. They're trying to do what they can. Avelina falling incredibly low. And now the trio, super split. Somerset, Frantic, Yasmin, they'll waste absolutely no time. Again, 9 eliminations in total for this team, and staying ahead of the rest of the pack.
So consistently at the top 2. I believe they got top 2 in the last lobby, and now they're already brawling against Kellis and friends, trying to shield up and keep their walls sturdy. But this amount of damage from Team Somerset is insane, and they're hoping to close the gap. And as they come out of their shelter, some third parties, there's a lot of teams to worry about. But Somerset focused, ready to break down these walls, but man, it just keeps getting built and fighting for piece control, and just where are they escaping to? And it's Somerset on the hunt and everyone hiding from her.
The problem is, all these ladies that are essentially behind Somerset, Frantic, and Yasmin's position, they were wasting too much time shooting at each other on the rotates as opposed to prioritizing their position. And when you take too long to get into zone, you just leave yourself so susceptible. Your entire team now just getting fully taken advantage of. We saw Kels, Evelina They were trying to apply pressure to teams earlier on, but now caught because of how far back they were in that rotate. Dia, Moxie, Regs, another squad just ripping apart the lobby for taking too long to actually make their way into zone. And Moxie gonna waste absolutely no time, cranks towards the high ground, ample amount of builds, 2 bananas as well. Mobility not gonna be an issue here for this team. It's all about just trying to control and suppress. DMR makes it all too easy. These wall edits just cannot be hanging open for that long.
Moxie will take advantage. Only 18 teams left. And Moxie, what a sideline. And oh, that was a dangerous opening from Team Rylan. And now they're just trying to get on the other side. Nicole, we highlighted her on the pre-show. She's running on fumes in terms of health. And Pixie barely staying hidden on the other side, trying to get these harder material walls up. And Moxie just doesn't care what is in her way. She is breaking down everything. She has all the ammo in the world. Now the Storm Surge is active. That's even more pressure as Rylan and Pixie just went down, leaving Nicole to try and get them back on their feet. And Moxie spots a rotate, saw another team tunneling towards another. And Moxie will just try and cut them loose on these rotates. Yasmin, Frantic, Somerset, second place in the last lobby, are just getting their shelter evaporated from fire coming from above. But they seem composed.
So much metal, though, just got expended there by Yasmin. A good amount of pressure that was properly applied by Moxie, Regs, and Dia. They are ensuring their position on height, and they also have a good idea of being able to gauge which teams are desperate, which teams are underneath that surge threshold. Somerset, Frantic, and Yasmin, they are just cleaning house currently in the mid and low ground layers, but they're definitely trying to keep some cover over their heads because with Dia, Moxie, and Rex holding down the high ground, they are not making it easy for anyone underneath them to try and operate in any of these lower layers. And just like that, immediately, Underworld dashing off the Flowberry Fizz, they are already front side of the next zone. And it's going to be practically impossible for anyone to overtake their current position. Some of the only teams in contention, Yasmin, Somerset, Frantic, they could be in a bit of a desperate situation. All depends on how the congestion pulls into their low ground.
This is so congested. 15 teams left. We're in lobby number 2. Hello, Twitch front page. We'll let you know what this is all about after this match is done. But first, you are watching Team Frantic, who got second that last lobby. And now, they have so many healing resources too. And dropping through the side and getting around this mountain is interesting. No one really near them, but just trying to see if they can get to a higher ground position where it's less contested so they can freely build without having to stress and panic on how this rotate's gonna go. They open up, nobody in their sight, they continue to move forward, and now ready to exchange shots with Team Reddish in front of them, and even chasing them down around the corner. Ready to choose this engagement at the perfect time. Might have spotted Kay here for a second at half shields. The hunt is on. Frantic and friends have already taken her down. And Kay has no friends around to really help her out.
Somerset, Frantic, Yasmin, they're just trying to stay ahead of the zone. They're trying to play this from the low ground. They'll make their push to challenge height as the lobby continues to thin out. But right now, it's all about picking off the stragglers. Anyone that tarps into Somerset, Frantic, and Yasmin's lair is just meeting their demise almost instantaneously. And the eliminations are piling up. 16 already in tow here for Frantic, Yasmin, and Somerset. Sure, they might not be able to overtake the high ground, but what's the difference when you're able to just decimate the entirety of the mid and low? Reddish, Nolik, Lola Blood, though, they're trying to make a good run, tarping their way through mid ground. They managed to find a little bit of an isolated layer here. Solo in their sights. AFK might have just walked into the wrong box, but she will manage to escape for the time being. Reddish, no like Lola, a little bit more preoccupied as far as just making sure they tarp through, stay towards that front side of the zone as a trio. But no, just as I finished thinking that, Reddish loses Nolik. Player jumps instantaneously into her box. It's Smiley who's gonna find the double elimination there. And that's a huge opening now for Somerset, Frantic, and Yasmin as they finally clear out one of the only solos hanging in the low ground.
Yeah, and AFK just trapped too. It's just, you never know what you're gonna get. When you put down a wall, sometimes it's just another team with a shotgun, and that's not the type of smoke you want. Left with now our top 7, with top 25 getting points. Moxie, Regs, and friends getting towards the top of the road here. Our final circle. You see Sicko and Team Sicko going down, and above, Daya just breaking down all the structures, trying to predict where this tunnel is going, and taking advantage of any opening, especially if it's a wood wall in front. Daya, oh, she is just shredding through this, and it's Somerset and Smile down below. These are 2 players that are not on the same team, so Daya just gets to watch third party and laugh as Smiley is about to go down just at a quarter health. And Pyra taken out by Yasmin just now. Daya just can't seem to find any targets. But Moxie and Regs facing one of the top teams here of Team Frantic, just tunneling below them. And at what point will Daya be able to expose them? Now Somerset and friends are just in the water trying to hide.
They have no builds left. Somerset expended the last of her resources. Daya has just been applying so much pressure. This Thunderburst SMG now is going to use the last of her dashes for the time being. Actually coming under some pretty heavy fire. Daya is going to be knocked unsuspected. Regs down as well. It's all up to Moxie. She's still on the high ground. She still has 15 builds to work with. But the heals might be what saves the day here. Moxie, though, going to get chopped, but immediately dashes back into the storm. She's left it down to Frantic and Somerset to hunt her out if they have the heals to challenge this, which they potentially could. 5 medkits in total for Somerset, and we're about to witness our first heal off, but Moxie definitely had a good amount of heals at her disposal as well.
Yes, and Moxie probably happy with this because she didn't have a ton of ammo left, but she had all the heals and hopefully picked up the ones from her teammates too. So 1v1 between our previous lobby winner of Moxie versus the second place team. 1v1. Yeah, it'll just come down to that heal off, and actually Somerset maybe out in the open, and Moxie has to start cracking through those shields, and Somerset will relocate into the base. Moxie begins to close the gap, and even swinging around this corner, and Somerset just couldn't live on. The storm will claim her, and Moxie claims another lobby.
It was also only a matter of time before that storm sickness came into play for either of these ladies. So Moxie definitely had the right idea. I believe she also forcibly canceled one of those medkits that Somerset was trying to utilize towards the end. Somerset, unfortunately, might have believed that Moxie was just fully submerged into the depths of the storm, that she wasn't going to have an opportunity to get any eyes on, get any shots on. But Moxie, again, proving the strength of those underworld dashes, she immediately closed that gap and just put too much pressure onto Somerset. So even if Storm Sickness hadn't become a part, there was no way that Somerset was going to be able to recover from that advantageous position that Moxie was able to take advantage of.
Well, congratulations to Team Moxie once again. We're going to be tallying up those leaderboard points. But if you are joining us from the Twitch front page, hello, this is the Milk Cup. I think the biggest prize pool when it comes to a women's Fortnite series. And this is the first qualifier that'll culminate to a LAN very much later. But this is just the beginning of the day. We ended game 2, and we're going to throw to some content. We'll talk to you more on the other side.
Hello, wonderful humans, and welcome back to the Milk Cup, where we just had a couple exciting drops. But hey, if you are new and you are tuning in and you haven't heard exactly what the Milk Cup is, Gonna Need Milk has partnered up with Peach Cobbler to throw this wonderful event today, and they found out some interesting things about women in the gaming community, that women make up almost half of this community, but only 5% of women represent professional esports. So with that, the top earner is a woman, in 520th is in the ranks, like ranking in 520th. What can we do to change that? We create the biggest tournament ever. $250,000 is on the line, and qualifier number 1 is happening here today, where $25,000 is up for grabs. And Kiwi, Taco, what a crazy couple of games it has been so far.
Yeah, it's definitely.
Go on, Taco.
It's been pretty insane. I know. I need to get a re-up too. My chalky milk glass running awfully low right now. These games have just been so crazy, man. I'm trying to get some good hydration going, and I mean, chocolate milk definitely an easy way to do that. But as far as the competition is concerned, I think right now we're witnessing is a very steep battle for first place between Team Frantic and Team Moxie. These ladies are just very high up on the leaderboard, but most importantly of all, they have just been controlling our 2 lobbies to start the day. And I think that when we're approaching the halfway point, this is really where we'll start to see the disparity between the top 11 and everybody else. And granted, we'll have that leaderboard to kind of spotlight some of those other teams for you guys, but yeah, like I was saying, Frantic, Moxie, they have just been crushing today's competition.
They're actually so insane, the way that they're just super aggressive and confident when they're seeing teams tunnel in front of them. They're just shooting it all down. They just stand and deliver. And no surprise that it was Moxie and Somerset, but the fact that it was a heal off, and Moxie was just in the perfect position, because not only did she have ammo if it was going to be a gunfight, she had all the heals in the world. So it's a very clearly between these top 2. I mean, look at the points.
Yes, that is so crazy. And I mean, that first through 11th, this is the security, right, that these teams want to make it to that LAN event, the main event, for $175,000 in the fall. But 12th through 16th, they don't have to play the pre-qualifier for qualifier number 2. So just want to stress out that this is important. Top 11 is important. Winning is important for the teams, Taco. But you can't cut out that the first through 11th is super important for the LAN.
It is crazy, though, that just because of the eliminations alone, Frantic, Somerset are actually leading the charge here, because Frantic, Yasmin, and Somerset, we've seen them just be so aggressive against the rest of the lobby, and this could be a big part of the reason why. They may be understood in advance, hey, with Moxie, Dia, and Regs dropping at Grimgate, having control uncontested of that Cerberus medallion, the aspect of agility is just overtaking the high ground. We've seen 2 back-to-back lobbies now of Moxie, Dia, and Regs just completely controlling high ground, and even in that last lobby, we've seen Team Frantic come second place now, these first 2 lobbies. But if Somerset just had a little bit more builds to work with, I don't know if she picked any up off of her teammates that might have had some of the siphon drop on those mats, but it was definitely a tough break for Somerset when you're just hanging out on the low ground and you're down to 0 builds. There was really nothing left for her to do other than to try and play the heal off.
Yeah, most definitely the heal off, and it was intense indeed. But you know what? I'm going to quickly get out of here because I heard game number 3 is loading in right now. So you guys take it away. Have fun.
Where'd she go? She's gone. But yeah, I feel bad for Somerset because she has like 38 eliminations I'm seeing on this. Wait, that's like a lot. I don't know. Oh, maybe her entire team has 38 eliminations. That makes more sense.
Yes.
I was like, damn. She's the GOAT. Okay, I can read this sheet probably. 38 eliminations versus the 25. So it's not always about eliminating the most. It's about living the longest.
Nice bus path, though, for Team Frantic. They're going to get a quick touchdown onto their drop here at Brawler's Battleground. They might even be able to shoot some players out of the sky that are still looking to land over towards Mount Olympus, so they're able to pick up any floor loot that involves those Huntress DMRs most specifically. But they have definitely been doing an excellent job at controlling the mid to low ground layers, and part of that can definitely be credited towards the fact that they're getting that Ares mythic. The mythic Warforged assault rifle just has such a nice fire rate, does decent damage to builds, and I think it's just the mid-range fight that Somerset Frantic and Yasmin are so often pursuing and just seeking out really early on. They're making it difficult for anybody else to try and contest them in those mid to low ground layers.
You're not kidding. You're like, they like these duels, and already Maddie throws it out. But I was surprised, like last game there's so many people caught in the open, which is kind of that flat middle of the map zone, and that's what we're seeing here in Restored Reels. There's a lot of hills there now, and on team now it's like a loading phase where Maddie already has a banana, but what really would keep her healthy is milk. But no milk items. Zany Ziplines, like their custom map actually has like milk healing items, which I thought was like amazing. So maybe next time we'll convince them to have this on Zany Ziplines.
We'll have to see the ladies' reaction to that as well. But I think one big problem that Maddie and AFK are encountering here at Restored Reels is just the fact that this is a really hard POI to split. As far as duos are concerned, yeah, they can make it work, but it is definitely not an easy position for them to work their way out of, especially when you factor in that more often than not, teams that are playing towards that ship it station, I'm thinking like Emperor, Psycho, Emily, they've got prime opportunity to try and rotate a little bit early on, challenge Maddie and AFK towards Restored Reels, and that's also not even wanting to discredit Moxie, Dia, and Regs, where depending on how the zone pulls, they could look to get active there as well, moving from Groomgate a little bit southeast to try and encroach upon Restored Reels. But some really early chug splash burnage coming out of Hatsune. She's trying to do what she can to tarp across, but she needs to keep in mind where the rest of her team is at. Also, only wood builds to operate with. Kind of made herself an open target. Good backup though from Mari. Double pressure applied, and that's going to give them the opening now to keep rotating across here at Snooty Steps. See if they can get a little bit closer. Robin over peeking for a moment. Hunter's DMR saying what's good.
Robin is not thinking this is good though, trying to escape from there. And Hatsune's team sits 25th in the lobby. Neutral Pie just keeps building up those shields, just to be broken again, and just out in the open, trying to make their way. Where is the darn door of this house? And might have found their way onto the balcony. Okay, Hatsune. I don't know if you really want to make your way into the house. You just never know who could just have a shotgun around the corner. But they can just wait for them to flush out, depending on if the storm is gonna come before they would like to exit, as they're just walling off the front door. And Hatsune is just standing and delivering.
This could be a split attack, though. You can see Mari on the backside of this building here at Snooty Steps, waiting for the go from Hatsune, but Hatsune, being relatively low on builds, she's going to opt to try and pick up a couple of chests that were left over, items that Team Robin hasn't had a chance to break their way towards. With the break of that slap barrel as well, that boosted amount of sprint. That could be the heads-up action that Hatsune needs here, but still trying to play it slow. Doesn't want to dive headfirst into this building. Fully understanding the fact that she needs to coordinate this attack with the rest of her team. And again, this build count running incredibly low, but she's got to be careful with some of the ceilings here at Snooty Steps. Some of these buildings kind of function like how they are at Pleasant Piazza, where players can essentially box up inside of the building and get that overhead peek that others might not be expecting. But no, you keep these engagements going for too long. Hatsune lit up from behind, had no idea that the third-party interference is already coming into play. Robin, Panda, Neutral, they just find themselves in an even more precarious position now, because two separate teams to try and break through. Storm closing in as well, and neither of these teams initially in the first place even getting a real opportunity to farm things out.
Just need to get out of this area ASAP. I like that Hatsune just made noise at the front and then tried to rotate at the back to just see if she could isolate them. But then, yeah, that third team came around and kind of messed up all their plans, and without having any heals, I think Hatsune and friends ideally want to try and get out as best as they can. Also, Skibbity just Team Skibbity just falling off the side of the mountain. And then this team, Neutral Pie, who got their shields cracked. They actually got, well, a good amount of heals compared to the opposition that was trying to shoot them down. Probably why Team Neutral Pie have been able to stay holed up in this house despite the storm coming their way. So they'll be able to heal up and just hopefully wait out also the competition leaving the area.
But this is still not a great look. Snooty is not exactly a POI that has a ton to offer. So the fact that it's early contested like this, two teams trying to split loot that's essentially only good for two people realistically, it is quite the stretch. So it really just feels like both of those teams kind of worse for wear. We'll have to see how things hold up for them as the lobby continues to develop. But right now, Somerset, Frantic, Yasmin, their bread and butter so far has just been eliminating, clearing out this lobby as quickly as possible. And unfortunately, SK gonna be one of the first victims here for Team Somerset, Frantic, and Yasmin. Keep in mind though, Frantic is the captain of this squad. Just a lot of power play potential though, with how quickly they were able to loot up Brawler's Battleground and just get on the move. Start heading more towards that mid-map position. They really want their pick of the litter as far as just isolating some of these other teams are concerned.
That was a fight for this. Lena. Well, goodbye to Miss Mary. But at least Kels, Lily, Lena, a good position. Tons of heals, tons of ammo. Almost maxed out on all the materials in Lavish Lair with, you know, another team, I believe, nearby. So there's that to worry about. So now it's the mind games. We're trying to gather information. Where are they? And just on a different layer, on a different story. You see Lena about to engage with one of them and just leapfrogging above with the shotgun. Almost took out her teammate, but Lena will help Lily back up, and that's an elimination for them.
That's going to be a clean 3 elims, but they're still not alone at Lavish Lair, although with the way that they were kind of stripping down those mansion walls, it's looking more like a skeleton of a home. Aya Pixie absolutely pieced up. Zero opportunity to try and escape. Rylan doing what she can, but she's not going to be able to hold the walls up against the likes of 2 players just barreling down on her position. Tough stuff now for Gazing Nicole. She's forced to just kind of crouch around, coned up inside of a building here at Reckless Railways. Just gonna bide her time, most likely. She's got at least 1 elimination, but she still has to go recover Rylan and Aya Pixie's reboot cards if she wants any opportunity to bring both of her teammates back with a reboot. This would be the time to do so before we really approach that mid to late game territory where reboots are just all the less likely to come by. And not only that, but even if you get the reboot off, your team just has to refarm so much, you're usually not going to be able to set yourself up for a good late game run.
Definitely dire straits for Gazing Nicole, especially when her team was in 12th place in the leaderboard. And to be out this early is definitely going to hurt their points. Of course, there are many more games ahead, but surprising to see them drop this early after a consistent start to the day. But you just never know if you're going to run into Frantic or Somerset or any of the other top teams that can gun you down so quickly before you even have time to build up.
Well, if anything, I would almost expect to run into Somerset, Frantic, and Yasmin because they have just been so mobile and highly aggressive. They have been keying down every single team that they even set their sights on. So I think that's part of the reason why we see some teams kind of hovering more towards their initial drop spot, not really wanting to take the risk of fanning out super early on because they don't want to leave themselves exposed. They know just how high of a standard Somerset, Frantic, and Yasmin operate at. These ladies have been competing for a long time, are definitely considered towards the top of that female competitive experience, and for good reason. I mean, even when you look at a team like Moxie, Dia, and Regs, Moxie and Regs, I mean, they're ladies who have competed and qualified for FNCS heats in the past. So just a lot of skill, I think, that is very condensed inside some of these squads.
Especially with Lori's team, who had a good placement in the last lobby and trying to make their way north, ideally, towards Placid Pumps, but trying to take the route that has the most cover, but traversing the Slake is pretty open. But we get to go and check in on Revenge, Smiley, and Sophia, where they made it towards the kind of the last war. Oh, someone has a cow skin on. Honestly, we should have forced everyone to have cow skins, but that would have been really confusing.
At the same time, I think a lot of these ladies rather take their odds with outfits that aren't going to be as revealing visually. This is a very risky play that Sophia has opted for, but I respect it. Gonna need milk. Gotta get that in-game representation as well. So yeah. Shout outs to you, Sophia, for holding down the fort here. But Scars and Smiley definitely have their work cut out for them on this rotate. Moving away from the estate station, trying to create a little bit more space. The further central map they go, though, the higher odds they are encountering Somerset, Frantic, and Yasmin. Definitely seemed like they were beelining for that mid-map position. Try and get better sights on some of the ladies moving in from those outskirt drop positions.
This is such a bad place to start getting shot in the back and have to use all the underworld dashes just to get across this lake, so you're not having your movement speed impeded, and just get some walls up and get a peek, but not having any information. Plus, it's a high ground. It's smart of them to not engage, especially if they're not going to expose themselves. So just keep on trucking on, but on their tail is another team. So now Revenge has to spend, this wood to just make sure her back is protected. And I mean, so are her teammates. And now feeling like the action could be coming her way, getting some more shields up, and maybe they're closer than she thought. Revenge calling for reinforcements. Her team is further ahead towards the train track, and Revenge got left behind.
And look who it is. Moxie, Daya, and Rex. Scars never even had a chance to turn back around. Moxie with those underworld dashes, she's just instantly in your box. There is nothing you can do about it. That is what makes the underworld dash so powerful. It's just so unsuspecting. Meanwhile, Inspire fighting for her life quite literally from the low ground. She's not the only one either. Delphi trying to see if she can escape from the likes of Somerset, Yasmin, and Frantic, but it's not going to be enough. Frantic immediately takes down the wall, goes for the knock. 5 eliminations already for Team Frantic, by the way. This is, funnily enough, a slightly slower pace, but for not much longer, because Vader, this is a massive blow here. Nina, Vanessa, they got to do what they can to try and recover the situation. 1 knock already onto Daya. They could look for a revive exchange here. Chug Splash going to be utilized even, but it seems as though both sides are willing to just forfeit that immediate elimination. I like this play, though, from Nina. She's actually applying pressure to that bottom floor. The consistent chop making it even more difficult. Vader is already back up and running. The revive, even though it was only 1 player going for it, has so far been successful, but we are seeing a real clash of titans so early on. Daya, Moxie, Regs actually thinking better of, do we really want this engagement? And no, they're instead just gonna choose to fall back entirely. Warning knocks being exchanged both ways. These two teams fully understanding that they'd rather take their odds later on in this match.
There's just 2 dogs barking at the other side of the fence, but neither wanting to really chomp down quite yet, especially with, Baker's team still trying to get the revive going. But I like that, like you said, Nina was a distraction. And now this did more than distract them. If anything, scared them off. But it's them that have a base and Vader's team that does not. But they're taking angles around. Vader's team sitting in 9th place as we see teams rotating in from the storm. We'll go and check in on Team Psycho here. Psycho?
Psycho.
And they were, Psycho, okay. It was way more appropriate for an FPS, but they're in 5th place. We'll see how long that'll last.
They have an ample amount of brick, though, but Hannah, Pau, they seem like they're a little bit desperate for Surge currently. That might be their primary concern right here. Could be a big part of the reason why they're trying to be so aggressive up against the likes of Emperor, Emily Marie, and Psycho. But these 3 are situated very nicely. They don't really have any strong reason to disengage from their current position. They've also probably been able to gauge the fact that this is only a duo that's trying to pressure them. they're going to opt for their rotate. And in doing so, this early on, they might even be able to catch another team off guard with a sneak attack from behind. Hannah and Powell, though, still looking to throw some warning shots towards Psycho, but unsuccessful at best. All these ladies now trying to rotate into the next edge of zone. And Psycho, Emperor, Emily Marie, they kind of recognize the fact we don't want to get caught behind. We don't want to be the last ones to the party, because if they are, they just become a very easy target for teams that are already based up inside of zone to take advantage of.
Just only being now 39 damage above the Storm Surge threshold. This is a lot weighing on them, especially with so many teams, but there's also teams running away from them, so everyone just wants to be in a safer position before really being stuck in a fight or having to wall up and being rendered immobile. But then there's also some teams playing near the edge of the zone, so we'll see how this team will get around it, as they just are also grabbing some trees on their way over, just wanting to max out their materials, because you just never know how many teams also could be pressuring you.
Emily Marie, though, got a good idea. Team's a little bit further west here. They're approaching that north side of the map here at Classy Courts, and they're relatively center map right now for current zone. This is a really good spot to be in center zone, because if they are able to get a little bit more surge damage online, then they can just heavily focus on their positioning for the rotates, and they also don't have to be the first to depart. We're talking about surge damage thresholds. Somerset, Yasmin, and Frantic, they have just been averaging over 2,000 every single lobby so far. It is insanity witnessing what these ladies are doing in terms of just trying to maintain that position. We saw them first place by only, I believe, 8 points heading into this halfway point of the day. 3 out of 6 matches so far. And it seems as though our dupe might be in a whole world of hurt. Somerset, alongside Yasmin, just kind of making their way across the side of the mountain face. And you've also got Frantic putting the immediate pressure onto our dupe. This is just a 1 versus 3 classic. And it seems as though the 3 is usually going to be better than 1 here.
But just also the way that they're making their way up the mountain. Oh, hello. Free kill. Okay. Is anyone else in this base? They don't know, but either way, just the way that they were playing those mind games of also trying to make it confusing, the way they were making their way up the mountain and just shooting the floors out from underneath that one player. That's just tough. It's how do you avoid the Somerset team or also the Moxie team, as we kind of glide over and see how people are making their way in from the Storm. Team Mel, this is another team to highlight who has been successful in the Fortnite scene, as they just try to jump and play the edge of the zone and get as much information as they can as they climb up this hill.
I'm just waiting for Somerset, Frantic, and Yasmin to land. Since they took that launch pad, they have an opportunity now to just claim front side of the next zone. Might be where they're already situated. Miss Charms, Bubble Breeze, Ivy, they are stuck in a tough spot currently. Miss Charms has a decent amount of white heals to work with, but no shield. Not sure if Ivy or Bubble Breeze. Okay, a couple of small shield potions, but even then, hopefully that Flowberry Fizz is a little bit closer to 100 as opposed to lower on the charts, because otherwise it's going to be tough for this team to maintain their rotations. 466 damage, though, above the third surge threshold. And they are actually managing to work around a little bit more towards dead side of zone. So this is a pretty good spot for them to base up in. Although they don't have a good... This hill is blocking their line of sight pretty heavily, so they are very dependent right now on their current surge and just applying more pressure to the teams behind them, because they are not going to be able to see what's on the other side of that hill. Fairly favorable zone pool, though, as far as their current position is concerned.
Yeah, and Team Miss Charms, the fact that they just rotated this early too for the zone puts them in a more advantageous position. They're sitting at 11th place in the leaderboard, even getting some more damage in and the refresh. All the materials they need, all the Flowberry Fizz, maxed out on everything. They're ready for this final scrap. They've
got to be careful, though. They fully understand just what kind of point deficit lies between them and Frantic's team as well as Moxie's team. They've got to make up for a lot of points in a very short span of time here, Lemon, and it's not going to be easy by any means. It's actually surprising to see them encounter as many difficulties as they have today, considering just how dominant they looked during that first lobby heats of the pre-qualifiers, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Every dog has their day, and right now it's looking like Team Moxie and Team Somerset, or Team Frantics, try and take over. Emma Buns, desperate for the surge, falling ever lower, that 25 tick apiece, forcing her to expend practically all of her chug splashes down to her final one. Just trying to get tags where they can, still 24 below. They need to connect at least one more shot, but all of these ladies moving forward in front of them, fully aware of the fact that a team is struggling for surge right now, trying to do their best to just scurry on ahead, and forcing Tokyo, Emma, Rihanna's. They're going to become victims if they can't get the damage done, and Tokyo with a massive bailout shot, headshot on that Huntress DMR. Exactly what they needed to get them above surge, but they are just so low as far as their shields are concerned. They had to use so much just to not take full damage from those surge ticks.
Psycho's team getting messed up there too. We had, I think, 20 teams in the last minute, 4 dropping during that moment. The zone gets smaller and smaller, and it's all about these micro rotations, how you're protecting yourselves, and also what openings you want to create. Now shooting the floor down under, hoping to force that engagement against the team of Dory. They're in trouble. They still have their green health intact. But Vanessa and friends, they're in the prime position. They're shredding down every wall, and Anna has been downed. Dory could make their way behind as Vanessa and friends tunnel on the players above them. But Dory was found on that right side angle. Really great job out of Vader to clean up that kill.
Just another team also pressuring on the other side of the wall, even though they kept moving forward. Vanessa, Nina, Vader, they were just sitting tight. They don't have a reason to move. They're over 2,000 above that surge threshold. All they want is picks because they know the elimination leaders so far today have been Team Moxie and Team Frantic, and Moxie adding another one to the count. A nice knock that she just picked up with that Huntress DMR. Elimination gonna finally go all the way through here. AFK will no longer be a participant to lobby 3 here. Aspect of agility getting shared between now. But the height, that's exactly what Daya, Moxie, and Regs have been playing for all day today. And one more time, they seemingly have full control of it. All they've got to focus on now is the teams that are trying to make a move towards the front side of zone, but they're just cranking even further up. No one looking to chop them just yet. Finally, they'll get spotted out on height. But looking down below, Reddish in trouble. She's been knocked, caught inside the congestion of the low ground. Everybody kind of scampering around makes it so chaotic to gauge where exactly players are going to come breaking through walls from. Vanessa, Nita, and Vader as well, still trying to control the likes of the low ground. Doing a fairly excellent job at it, too.
Yeah, Reddish going down is so huge because her team was in 5th place. Somerset also just got knocked, and that's from Daya. That's Moxie's team. This is just, again, those top 2 going at it. Look how high up Moxie's team was, which, by the way, was at the top right of your screen just now. But this team, man, they just always find these power positions at the best moments. Early rotates, feeling like they have full control of the game as Yasmin and frantically moving between the tunnels. And that's some good kills coming out of Nina's team. And now we're down to our top 4.
Wait, this might actually be favorable, though. For Vanessa, Nina, and Vader, they have so many builds. Sure, Moxie, Daya, Regs, they've got control of height, but they didn't have that many builds to work with. If this doesn't result in another heal-off, Frantic, unfortunate stuff. Just caught running through the middle of Reckless Railways. Vanessa, though, gotta be careful. Immediately boxes to create some space. She's gonna fall back, use the banana. She's got plenty of white heals for the time being. But no, even though her team had so many materials, what they don't have is HP. They just got spotted out, caught out before they could actually break through the building. Frantic got her damage done. Moxie, Regs, Daya, they're just bodyguarding the exit to this train station, and Regs just gonna close the gap. No real opportunity here. Vanessa gets claimed by the Storm. She just did not have enough white heals to operate with. Only had that lone banana, and as soon as it was expended, the rest was just down to Moxie, Regs, and Daya to hold strong. 3 for 3 so far today, Levin. This is some insane domination now coming out of Team Moxie.
They need to be stopped. And people were trying, but how can you? They're so high up all the time. And I know that Team Summer said they like to scamper their way, and they have just such good mobility in these tight range corners, and sometimes they just run into the wrong people, and it was the number 3 team now of Vanessa, Vader, and Nina. This is just so contested for that top 3. Oh man, this is a good day, and we're only halfway through it.
Yeah, but this is really just showcasing the power behind that POI of Grimgay. Very reminiscent right now of what I witnessed during NA FNCS, man. And just seeing the success that Moxie, Daya, and Regs have had so far today, it's almost looking like this is going to be their qualifier to win. But I don't want to speak too soon. We'll have to touch on a little bit more of the action that took place throughout the course of lobby number 3. But for right now, we'll be right back with a quick break.
Hey guys, I'm Frantic. I'm a Fortnite streamer and content creator, as well as a competitive player. For this event, my teammates are Somerset and Yasmin. Somerset really stands out because she's really confident. She's our IGL of the team. She's always making direct calls. Yasmin really stands out because she's really aware. She notices a lot of things that we don't notice. And then obviously myself, I'm just kind of a fragger. Well, I met Somerset probably almost a year ago when we started playing casual Fortnite together. We started playing ranked and stuff, and we slowly just realized we really just vibe together. We get along well. We are always kind of on the same wavelength. So we started playing some third-party tournaments together, and we realized we really just play well together and work well together. I knew Yasmin probably over a year ago when we were in the same organization, and we used to play small little tournaments together in creative, and we just knew that Yasmin would be a good part of the team. Well, we're planning to land at Brawler's Battleground. We've been practicing at Brawler's for a long time. We think it's probably one of the best POIs on the map. We just know it best. Well, as a team, we have 5 combined eFuse wins. Somerset has 3 and Yasmin has 2. I myself do not have an eFuse win yet. It's my 4th eFuse I'll be competing in, so I'm looking to get my first win here. But I think our team is really experienced overall, and that's why I think that we should be a fan favorite. Well, a lot of my family played games, and I want to say the first game I ever played was probably Call of Duty Zombies and stuff like that on the Xbox 360. Outside of tournament day, it really just depends on the day. Wake up late because I stream late into the night, so I'm not really a morning person. I like to spend a lot of time with my mom and my dog, with friends and family. I go to the gym depending on the day. It really just depends on what my plans are for streaming as well. This is actually a really cool story in my opinion. In 4th grade, I was on the school bus and some kids in the row in front of me were talking about how good the purple sniper was, and I had no clue what they were talking about, so I got interested and asked what they were talking about, and that's when they told me about Fortnite, and they told me I could download it on my phone. So I got home that day and I downloaded it on my phone, and ever since then I just fell in love with the game, and now I'm here. Honestly can't remember my first ever competition, but I want to say my first big competition was eFuse back in August 2023, I believe. I was really nervous. I could say that I definitely wasn't prepared at all for what was coming. I disappointed myself at the time, but I just took it as an opportunity to learn and do better than I did before, so I've been grinding ever since. think my best accomplishment as a player is making round 4 FNCS. It was my first FNCS that I took seriously, and I'm really proud of the outcome. Oh my god! We did that, chat! Oh my god! Let's go, bro! Let's go! I started playing Fortnite on mobile, I believe in season 4, but my favorite season was Stark season, and I was on a PS4 during that season. I would say that I mained the Focus skin. I've been wearing it for a long time, but recently I've been kind of wearing Catwoman a lot, so I bounce between the two. I would have to say the best player that I've ever 1v1'd is Reet. I don't really play too many 1v1s against people, so it would definitely be Reet. That one's super easy. It's definitely Faxity. I 10-0'd him. I know he's obviously one of the best players on the game, but you know, he taught me well. 100? Oh, dead. Wow, 200. Looking the wrong way, I guess. I'm honestly really excited for the upcoming event, and I think it's amazing for Milk to give everyone this opportunity. It's not something that we've ever had in the gaming community.
Hello, everyone, and welcome in to the Milk Cup. Welcome back, rather, as we just watched 3 amazing drops. But the Milk Cup, created by Gonna Need Milk, partnered up with the Peach Cobbler, Radiant, and WOTE, otherwise known as Women's of the Arena, and they created this wonderful tournament to help support women in gaming. And I believe we have a special guest and a surprise for you all, as we do get to talk to the one, the only, the Peach Cobbler. Welcome in, Peach. And I have to say, again, for someone like myself who's been around for such a long time, you've been doing great things. Thank you so much, and welcome on.
Oh, thank you so much, Dream. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm so grateful to see all of you beautiful women casting today.
Yes, indeed. And I mean, taking a look at some of these teams in the tournament, who are like, I know there's a lot of favorites, right? But who are some of yours that you're standing out? I can't imagine you got a lot.
Oh my gosh, I've seen these girls, and girls actually I haven't seen at all for the first time today, but just absolutely wrecking the competition. I think like even Frantic, like I've seen so much improvement in the past year of her. She's like a fragger IGL, and she's just like destroy. I don't know who has the most eliminations thus far in the 3 games that we've seen, but she has to be up there. Like, just incredible. And then Moxie and Regs, like I've seen these girls' names for so long, but I really think that I'm really rooting for Velexin and Alina Rose and Cutie Ama, because they qualified as a duo because Alina Rose's internet was out the whole time, and they just crushed it. Like their mechanics and just like going as a duo against a whole lobby of trios and just making it out, still qualifying for this, super impressive. And I just, yeah, so many girls that I can't wait to see, power through like they did.
Yeah, and Peach, it was cool to kind of watch the scrims that you've put on with Gonna Need Milk, and this competition has been so cool. Like, what have you thought of just the landscape of Fortnite competition when it comes to women? Like, there's the experienced players that are getting better and better, and then there's so many new faces.
Yeah, this is honestly, it's groundbreaking for women in gaming in general. Like, I know that Irina is the reason why I got extremely passionate about women's comp, and just, started that fire for me, which ultimately led me to Gonna Need Milk. And Gonna Need Milk took an idea and a passion that I had and was like, yeah, let's do that for the women in gaming. So I'm excited. Like, again, this is groundbreaking. It's so many eyes are on this. So many other women are gonna see this and be like, I can do this too, or I want to do this. And this is a great opportunity to kind of spark that flame for a lot of people.
And I love the way that you kind of lay down the foundation for what this can accomplish for women across the scope of not just the esports, but like the gaming industry as a whole. But Peach, I am so used to seeing you try to rock it out yourself from the competitive women's competitions, right? You talk about, well, Irina, all that kind of stuff, but what's it been like for you, instead of being a participant this time, to the spectator side of things?
It's It's been a flip for sure. I mean, like, because I'm no longer competing, I'm just getting to cheer. I feel like I'm more nervous. It's like a mom watching her kid go on the mat, and you're just kind of like hoping everyone's doing their best, and you're cheering for everyone when they do their best. And like I said, it's hard to pick like a favorite because all of these women are working really hard and like having moments where you're just like, that was an incredible hit, or like, let's go. And I get to now spectate more women whereas before I was concentrating on my gameplay and trying to get better, or where I was placing in tournaments. And now I'm just like getting to see the competition in a whole new light, and I love it.
I think the last time too, just really quickly to add to that, Peach, I think the last time I saw you competing, like me personally, like a while ago with Massilia, like you've played with so many different people, but like you've always led, you know, women and feeling comfortable and just being in this space to where they can feel accepted. It's so awesome and so amazing to see. But leading into these games, we've seen this typically, right? Moxie and Go, like they've literally won 3 drops. Yeah. What are you thinking of that? Like how, if you're one of these other teams, right, to get into that first place spot, or even to get into top 11 to make it to the LAN championship, how do we adjust? Like what do you think these teams need to do to overtake one of those squads?
Oh my goodness. I think it's going to take a lot of pushing and aggression. Like, we saw Regs go down at one point and they didn't finish her. They actually ended up backing up, and like they were able to get Regs back up, and then Regs and them ended up winning that round. So yeah. I mean, it's kind of just seeing like, I mean, Frantic honestly like inspired me with just how much she's pushing. Like it's insane. That whole team, Somerset's team, and just like running in has kind of got me in this mindset of like everyone needs to start doing that. Like everyone needs to start playing more aggressive. If they're going to get the points for the elimination of these, you know, learn from the best, right?
Oh, right. No, most definitely. Like, and that's the thing, like adapting to other teams in the lobby. And when you take a look at the leaderboard too, as well, because again, the first through 11th spots will secure the LAN championships. So no need to play in qualifier number 2 or number 3. You're already secured. But take a look at Team Moxie. That last win, 275 points now. 8 points from the last time around that we saw the scores. That is a huge lead.
Oh my gosh, I got chills. It's crazy.
Okay, never mind. There's the update. Hold on a second. 264 live leaderboard. There you go. I was just joking. All right, Taco, what are we thinking now?
You have to remember just how many eliminations Frantic's team has been putting up so consistently throughout the course of these lobbies so far as well. And in all honesty, for Team Nina, towards the end, with the way that the zone kind of pulled over the entirety of Reckless Railways, if Vanessa, Nina, and Vader had not encountered Frantic or the remnants of Frantic's squad, I think that could have possibly been a win there for Team Nina. It was just so unfortunate that the other team that they encounter inside that building at Reckless Railways was going to be some heavy hitters like Frantic and Yasmin, because they managed to do enough damage. They sabotaged essentially, because we saw Vanessa in such an ideal position builds wise. She had so many mats, and it did not matter, because as a solo you'll never get an opportunity to play those out up against the likes of a 3 squad as strong as Moxie, Daya, and Regs. They just had the positional advantage towards the end of it.
There's a bit of luck involved on who you're running into. I remember there was like one circle with like 20 teams left, and there were so many top leaderboard teams in that area, and you just never know who's gonna shoot you in the back. You think that you're safe crossing in an area, and you're not. Somerset could be there. So it's just been crazy to watch.
It really has.
I can't imagine how the LAN is going to be, because Peach, again, as we had mentioned, that I have never seen an all women's everything ran in terms of production, event, everything. I've never seen this before. Like, what? Like, just talk to me about that again. Like, what does that mean to you, Peach?
Oh man, you're gonna make me emotional. No, I just think it's what this industry needed. You know, it really is giving a highlight and a spotlight to a lot of people who've been working really hard. Like, we know Somerset, like I think she's one of the most well-known female players, but again, there's so many people who are really good grinders too, who are now getting a spotlight to kind of showcase that. And like you said, not just the players, but also the production team. Like, this has been run so smoothly. and you guys are doing a phenomenal job. I love Taco and Lemon and Dream. All of your guys like comms just throughout this whole thing has been great, and it's again showcasing not just the players but what women can do as a whole. And I love that, like everywhere. So, but yeah, it's emotional for me for sure.
Feelings mutual, dog. Don't worry.
Jen, did you have something?
No, I'm good. Peach said it perfectly. Like, what an amazing opportunity. And then all these girls get to compete in person at the LAN, which I can't wait. I hope I get to meet them.
Like, let's talk about that
me
though, right? Like connecting, meeting at the LAN and connecting with other individuals that, again, like all these women that are in this space and just feeling like you can connect, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes it can be intimidating for us, essentially being in a male dominant esport, but regardless, like just being able to connect. There is too, also I want to give a shout out to Gonna Need Milk, the Discord, right? Be sure to hop into the Discord too as well. If you guys all want more information, go to needmilk.com/milk cup. You can find out more information. Everyone can be involved because there is a second qualifier in June. I know you guys are ready for that one.
Yeah, I think it's also sick that the Discord, I mean, if you join, you'll get an opportunity to kind of participate in some exclusive giveaways, kind of just meet other members of the community as well. And I think what they're doing is just establishing a nice little niche in the gaming space, and it's just awesome to see.
Yeah. They're making things happen there. You can bring ideas and they're creating it, like these maps and creative and stuff. It's just awesome. Good place to be for everyone.
It really is. And man, the competition too, like I want to know if this next drop, we're actually going to see a different winner because like, oh my gosh, consistency is key throughout. We know in these types of tournaments, but all it takes is that one drop to make a difference, Peach. But
yeah.
Thank you so much for just joining us, for tuning in, for watching, for throwing this together, but for everything that you've done for the women, the space, for the community. Thank you so much. And we will see you next time. Enjoy watching the rest of the games.
Thanks, ladies.
Bye, Peach.
Bye.
Bye.
She's amazing.
Yeah,
Like,
I love her so much, man. She's so nice.
So nice. I've always looked up to her. I tell you what, but when I got that follow, I was like, oh my gosh, I was fangirling.
Girl,
I never
stop.
thought.
You're a pro too.
No, listen, it's been like 10, 15 years. I feel like.
Oh my god, don't say that word. It's so long. We're aging.
Like,
Yeah, we're about to see Dream Crazy in Qualifier 2 of the Milk Cup, featured by Gonna Need Milk. I'm excited for you, Dream
yeah,
Crazy.
and
I know.
Taco's gonna be my duo, and Kiwi's gonna get our heels.
I mean, you want to be
I got
top
you.
11 though. That's the thing. That's not happening with me in the squad. I'm so sorry. I will keep my talents to the mic.
Hey, listen, you never know. But hey, regardless, we still have 3 more drops coming up. Anything can change in terms of scoreline, but regardless, Moxie and Regs, like, we need to take them down. Consistency has been key for them, and keeping the high ground has just been insane. But aggression, right? Like, what do you guys think is going to happen in this next one? Do you foresee something, Taco, changing up, or do you think they're going to take it again?
I do think one thing that's kind of got to be surfacing in the back of Team Moxie's minds is just how close they actually still are, despite having 3 for 3 lobbies so far with Victor Royale points. I mean, that's a guaranteed 65, and they're also getting a decent amount of eliminations as well, but Team Frantic has just done such an excellent job at maintaining. They've also placed top 3 every single one of these lobbies so far. That's what's been a big helping grace, but it's mostly the eliminations that they've been accruing throughout the course of these matches. They have just been dousing every single team that they come across inside and out of the zones, and it's just been so problematic because you can tell Moxie, Dia, Regs, they want to break away, but only minimal wins so far because they're just not getting enough eliminations to really put themselves that far past out of range of losing that first place position.
No, exactly. No, that's perfectly well said. And it's like one of those things, like high risk, high reward. Do you play aggressive? Do you challenge them, or do you back away? But that's the risk that you saw in Vanessa's squad. Like you said, we thought they may have had it because they had everything that they needed, but sometimes it doesn't work out for you. But I believe we are ready for that game number 4. Take it away, Taco. And I hope we may see a new winner. We'll never know. We'll see. I'm out.
She's gone again. Yeah,
Just
take
like
it, Taco. I don't
gone.
exist.
No, come on, Lemon, you got this.
We got to get the
Look,
food
it's your
names
favorite.
on top.
It's your favorite part, the train inside
I
the
wanna
map.
Apparently, this is why you shouldn't have me in the squad, because I would have been on this train. I'd have been like, guys, I don't know why I can't build. What's going on?
But to be
and then I
fair,
would have been dead.
you can get some decent resources off of capturing the train. Technically speaking, it's just again, yeah, the risks that come with it because you are just so exposed on that train, and with the incapability of building there, not really sure how worthwhile it is. But you can get a decent amount of shields off of it at least, which could go crazy depending on how scuffed your mid-game position is looking.
Yeah.
But again, I think this is all just essentially boiling down to whether or not Moxie, Daya, and Regs' reign of terror over the lobby can be hindered. But it just doesn't seem like it, as long as they have that uncontested Grim Gate, and I don't see anybody looking to challenge them for it, because every single one of these ladies knows, hey, even though we could potentially put a stop to things, we might compromise our position, and you don't want to fall outside of that top 11.
And look at that round. You're just going to be dropping right on Grim Gate. But that last game was such a big turning point in terms of our leaderboard. Like, for example, Team Vader, Vanessa, Nina. They finished 17th in Game 2 and then got 2nd in Game 3. So that popped them up all the way to 3rd place. Same thing with Lily Kels and Lena. They got 12th in Game 2 and then jumped up to 4th place in Game 3. And now they sit in 4th place in the leaderboard. So it's been crazy to watch kind of the change of this leaderboard, and just, yeah, you can have one off game and then jump right back up. It's never over.
It's never over until it's over, in fact. But
True.
Grim Gate actually looks like there could be some early action unfolding here. If I'm not mistaken, it's looking like there might be a spare arrow or two on this mini-map for the time being, with another player seemingly closing in. But yeah, despite being contested with the team switching up their drop, Moxie and Regs, they make quick work of Evie, another one of her squad mates. But I respect the attempt, I respect the effort. Unfortunately, that might have just resulted as some free early surge for Team Moxie.
So you should have caught the train. Then you would have been safe. You wouldn't have been here. Ooh, cabbage. But anyway, yeah, the fact that we've already had a team drop, like, that's not great. But hey, even more time to just warm back up for the next game, because like I said, it's not over. You can always climb back in the points. But Team Vader sits at number 3, and you guys saw the top 11 makes it and qualifies out. And then we have 3 qualifiers, and we also have pre-qualifiers, and you can find out how you, if you are a woman in the chat, if you want to participate, if you want to get some friends together, I'm sure there's a command in chat to get more information. But hey, for now, we'll watch the looting phase here in Railways.
All things considered, though, with the way that today has shapen up so far, I think it's very evident that as far as 1st and 2nd place are concerned, this is simply going to be a battle between Team Frantic and Team Moxie. So I kind of want to pivot the conversation a little bit more towards that top 11, because from that last check-in with the leaderboard, we actually saw some pretty big shuffles taking place after that 3rd lobby. Team Emperor, a team that we had initially seen hovering towards that top 5 position in the leaderboard, they fell as low as to just being inside of that top 15 area. So it only takes one match, I think, for the ladies that are a little bit more towards that 5th through 11th place of the leaderboard to essentially find themselves kind of scrambling towards the end if they can't consistently lock down decent placement with like a handful of eliminations. And problems still emerging here at Snooty Steps. Hatsune, she's been fighting for her life all day here, and it's not going to be enough. Immediately knocks Murray on the opposite end of the spectrum, alongside Scare, trying to see if she can break down these walls. But Robin, Panda, they've got too firm of a grasp currently on their box space. Mari trying to push it as a solo. She could find herself biting off a little bit more than she could chew if she's not careful.
Trying to break this down and fight for piece control. But yeah, Hatsune's team needs a really good placement. Finished 16th in the last lobbies. They sit in 25th, so they really need like a top 10 placing in this game, or just qualifying will slowly be out of reach. We get to go check with a T with a bunch of exclamation marks because they're just that exciting to watch, but they're just on the outskirts of the world right now.
Yeah, kind of playing this far west side position over by Reclaim Villa, Sandy Strip, and Coastal Columns. It's not an uncommon one to see just because of the fact that there is the possibility of a forecast tower to spawn a little bit east of their current drop. So it's an opportunity that could take them just one step further in this match, and that next little bit of knowledge, having the future forecast knowledge that comes to play, knowing all those zones for the duration of this fourth lobby, that could help them just get that much higher up on the leaderboard. And at this point, I do think that top 11 is going to become more and more the focal point. Mari and Scare have seemingly successfully recovered Hatsune's reboot card, so now they're going to make a far outskirts rotation. They're just trying to make it towards the nearest reboot van, but if they're not careful, they might run directly in to that team that we just saw. Sure enough, Spinor might be one of the first ones spot out Scare, at least to hear the sound of this reboot van. That could be the bat signal, essentially, for other teams to try and immediately take advantage of a team rebooting.
Sophian with the knock onto Mystic. So far, so good for her team with not really anyone nearby anymore. I think Sophie is sitting at 17th place, and they've had an overall successful day. You know, it's kind of a wonky first game at 26th place, a very early exit, but have now consistently stayed in that top 15. So ideally, just playing the survival game, trying to avoid any early engagements that are, you know, it is a risk to take these early fights because you just never know how that's going to end up, and you don't want an early exit in the above 20th place because then you're missing out on a lot of points.
Yeah, that 25th in the placements going to be the cutoff range, essentially, top 25. And even then, 25th, you're only getting one placement point. So you're really banking more on eliminations than anything else, but been calling it all day long. Every point matters when you are hovering within that top 16 echelon of the leaderboard. Amma realizing very quickly the dangers involved with sightseeing on some of these peaks. You take a little bit too long, other players are going to take full advantage of it, and this is a tough position for Alina and Amma to be in the first place because they've already lost Vuxen, and without their third, becomes a lot more difficult for a duo to not only try to make their way across these mid-map rotations as the zone continues to pull a little bit more central, but it's also just if they opt for a dead side rotate, they're going to have some difficulties acquiring Surge as a duo versus if they were a trio. A little bit more opportunity to try and maybe key another team.
You hope that they got damage while at least having that exchange while losing their third. You hope that they got damage in that regard versus the maybe other teams that haven't seen anyone at all yet. But yeah, just playing the edges of the zone, they are ending up towards another team. And this could be bad. At least it's another duo, so it could be worse. It could be a trio, and it could be one of our top 2 teams. But we'll go and check in on this base fight. Miss Charms at the top. Lizzo by Nizzo on the other side. And Lil Chicken, who had an early exit in the last game, as Miss Charms just tries to get above them. But then also Lizzo and her team have the beauty of just falling on the other side of the map.
Lil Chicken, though, a little bit more split from her teammates. It's Bree and Lizzo as Miss Charms continues trying to match that slight height position. But things are only going to continue to pick up here at Grand Glacier. Let's see, third party on the map, steadily moving their way closer to their current position. So it could be only a matter of time before that third party interference comes into play. Gazing, Nicole immediately brought down to the ultimate low ground. Tried to take her odds on height, but 2 versus 1. Now a tough spot. She's so split from the rest of her team. Aya Pixie gonna get immediately keyed inside of the box. Rylan meets the same fate. Gazing Nicole trying to do what she can to create some space, but Seems like it's only a matter of time before this trio runs her down entirely, and sure enough, of course, it would be Somerset, Frantic, and Yasmin. And look at how many eliminations they already have. 3 separate teams that they have already pieced out of the lobby. Weapon bunker too. Sound Q going off for it currently, so Frantic, Somerset, Yasmin, as if they weren't doing enough already, they are about to become even more powerful in this lobby with the acquisition of this weapons bunker.
Now maybe less pressure or less weight on your shoulders now that if you're a team that's still alive right now, you made it to the top 25, so there's some points, but this is a rough game for Team Gazing Nicole with back-to-back 26th place exits, where they had such a good start to the day at top 7, the top 15, and then slowly losing out to the competition, trying to take these early engagements and really getting caught off guard by these rotations of the opponents. But Miss Charms and friends holding down Grand Glacier against this other team, and it's quite the stalemate.
Yeah, and part of the problem too for Gazing Nicole, Aya, Pixie, and Rylan might be the fact that they're landing so far south of the map at Lovely Lodge, so I think their game plan was to try and make a play for the weapons bunker to get a slightly better loadout, but if you're going to try and mark your territory over by Dumpenhausen, keep in mind that is north of Brawler's Battleground. Just makes it all too easy for Somerset, Frantic, Yasmin to cut you off essentially. They'd look to scoop up any team that they run across at this point. Frantic as well, I do believe she might actually be our individual eliminations leader on the day. I'll have to check that later on, but she has just been absolutely tearing through everyone she comes across, just really showcasing her individual skill set.
Meanwhile, Yasmin under fire with Moxie, our back-to-back winner of lobby in front of her. Oh, and there's a team where there's Dia to her right. They are just getting pincered and at least are at full health. But how will they make their exit? And how will Moxie and Dia read what side they will go from? Because Dia was on the right, Moxie from the front, and guess who's above? They made their way there. And Frantic too. They're at least gonna try and get to the same layer. Yasmin will not go down without a fight, and Frantic is Yasmin and Frantic will join forces, and Somerset also putting pressure down against Moxie's team. This is our top 2 that are battling right now, and if any of them drop, this would really shake up the leaderboard.
It seems as though Moxie, Dia, and Regs wanted to take matters into their own hands. They have made quite the cross-map trek to already find themselves tangled up here at Dumpenhausen's weapons bunker with the likes of Team Frantic, but that was such a nice height take from Frantic. While Dia and Regs were distracted trying to apply overhead pressure onto Yasmin, they didn't even take a moment to consider, wait, Frantic might actually be sneaking up behind us, and that immediately forced them to drop another layer or two. Now stuck inside of their box, likely trying to split that Cerberus medallion with each other so that they can have those underworld dashes at their expense, and that could pose some serious threat to this current position that Somerset, Frantic, and Yasmin are currently in. Instead, Regs, Dia, Moxie, they think better of their engagement. They fall back entirely because, heads up, from the mountaintop, a third party sending some hello shots to Somerset, and that's going to be the go indicator. Somerset, Frantic, Yasmin, they are relatively split though. Yasmin trying to get a good side angle while trusting her teammates to go for the direct 2v3.
This is just the ultimate showdown as Yasmin closes in on Moxie, but here's Dia in front, and Yasmin already had her shields broken, so good cover by the breaks that she'll box herself in. But Dia's on the other side, ready to knock on the door, and Yasmin has to split, and she got caught on the door and couldn't get around the corner. Yasmin is knocked. It's up to Somerset and Frantic to make up for that loss. Great kill by Regs.
Yasmin thought that she was going to have the surprise attack, but instead, Dia and Regs, they laid that trap from start to finish. Yasmin being so split from Somerset and Frantic, now going to lead them in a literal 2 versus 3 scenario. And Moxie, Regs, Daya, they fully know this could be their opportunity to break apart. Frantic, though, wins the immediate exchange battle. Somerset trying to sneak up onto Regs' position, but it won't be good enough. Shields are cracked. She is cranking, trying to get her escape path. Gonna actually opt to use this banana early on just to get that little bit more of mobility. A little bit faster on the shuffle. But also the passive regeneration, she gets tagged again with her shield broken. Frantic still trying to hold it down. Window edit is good for a slight tag, but it's just one by one. These ladies are getting peeked off. Somerset hoping that she could try and sit inside this cone momentarily, but she's only delaying the inevitable at this point. Daya, Moxie, Regs sitting tall currently. Our leaders already heading into this fourth lobby, and they have now set themselves into a prime position to truly bake away as far as leaderboard points are concerned.
Especially by taking out their biggest competition in these lobbies, the ones that have been rivaling them this whole time, and to exit at 23rd place. It's gonna hurt their points, but I mean, it's top 11 and they were sitting in second, so I'm sure Somerset's team is perfectly fine. We'll check in on the leaderboards later. But now we sit with Neutral Pie, Panamint, and Robin, who have a team on the opposite island. We're gonna have some island wars going down, and they're just exchanging shots at a distance as Neutral Pie just tries to peek above and see who could be around them. But now they know they can focus forward. Panamint doesn't have any shields, but it's trying to be as intimidating as possible, and it's going to be topped up. Virus, on the other hand, is ready to lock in, but is going to take an alternate angle.
This is a fight that Panamint, Robin, and Neutral Pie kind of need, though. Their build situation, not exactly the best heading into the mid and late game. This refresh could be very much needed, and the way that Ali, Ms. Virus, their team is choosing to play, it's kind of indicating more towards the idea that this is a team that's relatively low on surge. They need a little bit more damage. Neutral Pie, Panamint, and Robin could also be in a similar position, but instead, Ms. Virus' trio gonna opt to separate. See if they can reconvene at a slightly better line of sight, because they understand fully they've got to make it into the next zone. They can still look to try and hold back teams like Neutral Pie from a distance, try and control their rotate. But everybody trying to do what they can to make it into Edge's zone. Neutral Pie recognizing the fact there's teams still to the west, wood builds that are not theirs. And these wood walls are not going to last for much longer. Again, their material count's so low, they might have needed to take advantage of that fight instead of playing so passive.
Now we got a bunch of teams battling over on the Grand Glacier around that mansion. And look, Miss Charm sneaking up on a team. Just breaking down the walls. Emily, Psycho, trying to bunker up and also protect themselves. While one heals, the other one builds and also gets information around the area. Miss Charms decide to just leave that engagement as the storm is on their tail to get into a safer, more stable position. And they need to maybe top up on some shields and some health as well.
Things are looking pretty tough there, though, for Bubble. She only had a singular small shield potion. And considering that she was already at 50 shield and under 50 white HP, things might only continue to work against her favor. Reddish, Lola, and Nolik, though, doing a pretty solid job so far to stay ahead of the pack. And right as I say that, look who it is right in front. Moxie, Daya, Regs. Big shot connected as well from Moxie. That's going to force Reddish's team to come to a slight pause. But they're not the only ones looking to make their way across the Zenith wall. In fact, starting to see some other teams looking to pick up the pieces. Virus being one of them, but it's a tough spot to be held at currently.
Reddish's team is in that top 11 spot when it comes to the leaderboards, and don't want to take any unnecessary risk. Only sitting 162 above the storm surge threshold, and try and get above this mountain, but also there's a team behind them, so we're gonna box up and restabilize. As also just spotting Psycho's team just dash past them. Nope. Noelle's just gonna hide as much as possible. Let the other teams distract each other while she maybe rejoins her team. closer to the mountain.
Good awareness, though, from Nolik to not really want to sit and dawdle inside of the mid-map position there. All the other teams kind of trying to get their bearings. Everybody's just about made it into this edge of zone, but with the way that things are looking, Nolik probably having to expend a little bit more bills than she would like to, all because of that initial pause that Moxie forced into this team. That's the sort of control that Moxie, Dia, and Regs have had all day long, and look at them currently faced up above everyone else. So anyone who tries to get an early rotate going is just going to get picked at by Moxie, Dia, and Regs. Nolik is fully aware of it as well. She's waiting to see if they make the first move, but considering just how slim their margins are, their damage threshold just barely above where it needs to be, Nolik still trying to apply a little bit of steady pressure from her position, but she's got to be careful because, again, come knocking on some of the titans of the lobby and they might just look to go toe-to-toe with you.
Dude, look at this mini-map. This is just gonna be an insane skirmish. Kells, Lily getting above and already taking some shield damage and trying to get below these floors. Kells is really playing these mind games and being as confusing as possible. Good edits and now seeing those shots are coming north. So there's so many teams around them. But it's about the timing of these engagements and really having good focus fire as a team. And in front of them, it's Neutral Pie's team. Also not having full shields is dire. You're just hoping that the action will die down and nobody will pay attention to you as long as you're quiet.
A lot of these teams just trying to hold strong onto this mid-ground layer on the side of the mountain face currently, because if the zone pulls a little bit further south, they might find themselves having to actually cross the top end of the mountain span, and it can be very problematic for some of our teams that are a little bit lower in their material counts in comparison to a squad like Chloe. But checking back in now, Reddish, Lola, Nolik. Seems as though they might be able to take advantage of Nox 2 boxes away from them, but no, they've scouted out the fact that the team that knocked them is just a little bit too close to the vicinity. They don't want to get stuck in an engagement for this next zone pull, considering just how close they are to it as well. This is a prime position. But again, that damage threshold just dwindling at a rapid rate here. And now, Reddish's team, 25 a tick, the punishment coming through, but just as quickly as it came, it ended. With the way that the lobby is getting thinned out, and with the way that the zone is just pulled in Team Reddish's favor, this is a very big break. They're just going to tarp across some of their pre-existing builds. And now, with an ample amount above that surge threshold, they're in an optimal spot to just play from secondary height.
Just being able to get into a safe position and have people rotate towards them. Like you said, this is such a good position for them. You got Team Moxie that once they start setting up, they are just above every team, and it's impossible to take them down. That is why they are back-to-back winners. But Dia and those friends doing serious damage to this lobby. We are left with only 15 teams at arm's reach. Mystic and her team try to tunnel and protect themselves, but they're at such a lower layer that is disadvantage, and Ardup is right in front and may have bit off more than they could chew with all 3 of Mystic boxed up in front. Ardup will get knocked, and that's some good resources for Team Mystic.
That's another Flowberry Fizz bottle. If it's full, that could be a very nice exchange. An excellent pickup here. Backside of zone control as well from the low ground. And a decent elimination counts. I mean, we've been so hyper-fixated on what Team Moxie and Team Frantic have been accomplishing throughout the course of eliminations today, but Mystic, Delphi, Inspire, they've also got 9 eliminations currently, and they're still looking to hold strong. That Flowberry Fizz is going to help them with this next rotate, but into the wrong box. Mystic, just a little bit too split from her team. And just like that, Destiny gonna absolutely shred what remains of Mystic. Good elimination. She just had that nice refresh, so the mat count Gotta be looking nice currently for Destiny, but Moxie, Reg, Dial, we've seen them on the high ground all day long. 4 times the charm, apparently.
I think I just saw Maddie get knocked too, which is gonna put our top 15 leaderboard in peril. This is such a small zone now, with Moxie looking above as everyone worms their way towards her. And she's getting into a better spot to get Assault Scared in trouble. And then Lola comes to challenge her, but Moxie hasn't taken just any damage at all. She's such good support of her team. Oh man, we're left with our top 8. And it just feels like Daya, Moxie, Regs, this is their lobby to win yet again.
This is just a practice range at this point for Daya, Moxie, and Regs. Poor Lola just went a little bit too far above that build's eye line and gets caught off guard for it. Daya still looking to suppress the entirety of the lobby. The Mythic Warforged assault rifle, just so much fire rate pressure. Saw Moxie drop earlier on for that elimination to get the material recount refresh. But Emily Marie, Emperor, Psycho, this is a strong late game run. They're really looking to try and solidify themselves inside of that top 11. They had an early spill in the last lobby. They're not looking to repeat that this time. They want that top 3 position, and they might just find it. But from behind, Emily Marie, massive shot, gonna crack her shields entirely. Emperor, similar position, very little shield to work with. Daya, Moxie, Reg still looking strong. We even see Daya dropping the last of her white heal resources in case it comes down to the extent of a heal off. But Daya, all she wants to do is play Disruptor. Moxie still even applying even further pressure.
And Daya just looks like she's ready to dive bomb at any moment. But just waiting for those numbers to dwindle down. Speaking of which, 9 players left, 4 teams. Comes down to the stragglers. As man, Daya just sneaks up on Nina like that. Takes her out. And Greg's not as healthy of a position. And Vader is caught. That's a top leaderboard player right there who may have just escaped. But as Vader manages to fire back and takes down Emily. And we are left with just 1. And it's Daya's team, of course, that take yet another victory royale.
It's not just the perfect streak so far today here, Lemon. It's also the fact that Team Moxie has 27 eliminations from this lobby, as if the 65 victory royale points weren't enough to catapult themselves to really try and cement themselves in that first place position on the leaderboards. Those 27 eliminations on top of that have certainly got to get the job done.
And maybe that's my question to you, Taco. How do you beat Team Moxie? It's like as soon as you let them have time to set up, they have this insane base, and then they have all the materials that they can cross from layer to layer, and they're the ones who look like they run the place.
If anything, it's massive respect to Team Moxie for what they chose to do very early on in that match, but I'll touch more on that when we get back, because for right now, we got to head to a short break before Game 5.
Hello and welcome back to the Milk Cup, where we just saw drop number 4. And we did not have a repeat winner. Taco, talk to me about this game. We're just gonna dive right into it because the engagements between Team Moxie, right? And then we saw Team Somerset. That was intense.
Yeah, I kind of called it earlier on in that match, but it seems as though Team Moxie just really wanted to take matters into their own hands. We haven't seen them make that cross-map rotate so early on, and that strategy just worked out tenfold for them because as soon as they eliminated Frantic's team, that was basically wraps on the rest of the lobby. They seemed like they just had such a firm grasp over how they wanted to play out the entirety of lobby number 4 that it would just seem impossible for anybody to possibly overtake them.
Yeah, and Kiwi, you had asked that, like, it's almost impossible to overtake them. It's almost as if you do become just as aggressive as they are, like, you get punished.
Yeah, you try to go from under them, but you also, even if you find one of the members, they like to take these off angles, and they're not afraid to just get in your face as soon as they sense that you have kind of like a weak build setup. They'll just jump right at you. They're so aggressive in that way, and that's why they lead our eliminations at 67 as a team. But also, you got to give shout out to kind of the rest of the top 8 area, of course, because Team Emperor, they had kind of this 15th place finish in game 3, and then they jumped up to 2nd place, which helped them climb up to 7th overall in the leaderboard. So a lot of our top 10s are very consistent. So although the spotlight seems very focused on Team Frantic and Team Moxie, everyone else has been very solid, and they'll easily be able to qualify.
Man, also keep in mind with this leaderboard, it is a live leaderboard, so it is consistently updating. I'm expecting a pretty big jump to take place here relatively soon with Team Moxie's most recent 27 elimination win.
Oh, true. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, which is pretty crazy. I'm looking at, but even so, in the cutoff, being the first 11 teams is important to secure the spot in the qualifiers, the LAN, but for the next qualifier, even placing 12th through 16th, you do secure a spot. You do get to skip the pre-qualifier, but even taking a look at that, yeah, I mean, Taco, you like you said, winning, even though Team Moxie are winning every single lobby, again, Team Frantic was able to keep up, but that last game is definitely going to change up the standings a little bit, but regardless, the consistency has been key for them.
Yeah, not only that, but also Frantic's team, you have to remember, they've been very elimination dependent as far as their placement points are concerned. So they're going to lose a good amount of what could have been points had they not taken that early engagement with Team Moxie. And I respect the effort. I respect the hustle for sure. Yasmin, hindsight's always 2020. She thought that she was going to get a opportunistic angle from a side approach, thought that she was being sneaky enough with it, but Regs and Dia, man, the way that they just pounced on Yasmin gave her no real fight back opportunity. She was just a little bit too split for that 2 versus 1 engagement against such high tier caliber players.
And just in 12th place is Starlert to Team Starlert, who were in that danger zone right outside of that top 11. Of course, they skipped the pre-qualifier, sure, but like, you want to just qualify here and now. And they need to get back to that top 10 placements. They finished in 18th. If they can have a strong finish in this next lobby, they can put themselves in a safer spot. We got a couple more games to go, though.
Couple more games indeed, and we do have game number 5 ready. So I'm gonna go ahead and head out and enjoy my milk because I am staying hydrated. And let me tell you what, I put a little dessert in for this next game. So see you in drop number 5.
I'm jealous, but I've been
jealous of the cup
at the break. Yeah, that too. She had like a spoon and everything. I'm gonna have to ask her about that. But I put like my semi-cow shirt on. Okay, we'll go to game then. But
let's show it off at the start of the next lobby. They knew you'd be too powerful if you harness the energy of the Gonna Need Milk competition. You get a passive, right, while commentating in the cow representative shirt?
Yeah, I feel like I already buffed up the Grand Glacier final zone there. I'm excited where we're gonna end up. We only have a few more games to go. Only top 11 make it to LAN, but we got a few more qualifiers, a few more games, but pretty stiff competition. But overall, lovely to see our vets be at the top, but also the new faces really make a splash in these games.
Yeah, and it has definitely been, I think, a really tough day overall. especially when you factor in that for some of these ladies, this is their first time ever competing in a women's event. So I think that it's awesome in the sense that they're getting their first real taste of competitive play by being able to participate in the Gonna Need Milk competition here. But again, it can be brutal for some of our newcomers when you've got to deal with teams like Moxie, like Frantic, like Nina, and Reddish even sprinkled across the map. So many of these ladies just making such impressive strides here for women in gaming.
And it's just a really tight race in that like 11th to around 14th place where it's like 96, 95, 85, 81 points. And it's just like a good game, a bad game can change all of that. And even despite that kind of like quote earlier exit out of Team Somerset, you know, when they had that early engagement against Team Moxie, that didn't really change their leaderboard placement too much. If anything, it's who's fighting for first and second place and the bigger chunk of the pie.
Yeah, the tough spot now, though, for Team Frantic is, sure, they might have second place locked down, but if I know anything about Frantic, Somerset, and Yasmin, it's that they're never going to be content with a second place finish. They want to be leading the way of this first qualifier here, because, sure, it's one thing to secure your spot at the LAN Championship later on this year, but to do so in first place out of the first quals with such impressive competition surrounding you here in North America, I think that it's just tough. It's a really tough break for them. It's a pretty tough blow that they got dropped so early on in the last lobby. And if they want to bring that opportunity to take over first back to life, they're going to need a really big elimination game here, but B, they're also going to need to take out Team Moxie super early on. Wouldn't be surprised to see them maybe look for revenge in this 5th match.
And Lux's team needs a better game than last time because they finished last place. They just got knocked like instantly off the drop, so they just need a good game because they're in 20th place, I think, right now. So it's tough to climb back from the brink. But like you said, being in second place for that other team, it also is just mentally more painful. So is Lux, who thought she had a good exchange against Delph there. But I think it's the teammates getting involved that is causing such a ruckus.
All this over Seaside Villa. It almost feels like a fight for pride at this point. Rin doing what she can to try and recover Lux. One successful knock, gonna clear a path for the time being, and they're gonna go for the full finish. Clean elimination, but didn't spot the fact out that there was another player waiting in the doorway, and it looks as though Lux's lifeline is just not gonna be enough here. She will eventually succumb to just being knocked for too long. All down to Rin and Alpha to see if they can close this engagement off. Rin, though, incredibly low on shield, but Alpha not wanting to give away the position by utilizing that Flowberry Fizz just yet. They can hear the footsteps all above. Good wall placement in advance. Gonna keep them safe for the time being, but Alpha might have actually strayed too far. Alpha just gonna leave Rin to her own demise. That's a really tough spot. Alpha trying to do what they can to create some space, but at this point, yeah, it's only a matter of time. And sure enough, Rylan will gain the final credit on the last elimination there. Which is actually
wiggly,
nice.
though.
Yeah.
Alpha was so wiggly. Like, cool movement, though, for real. But Mystic's team, I believe, being out early, too, or at least in dire straits, they really like to go for those early drop fights because game 2 they left at 20th place, game 3 was 27th place, so they really risk it for the biscuit, and it hasn't panned out all the time. But we'll see how that works in the next couple of games. Right now we check in on Destiny right in front of DJ Lovely, and this wall separates them only for a moment, giving Destiny a chance to get more shields up. DJ Lovely, though, doesn't have that accommodation. She's still trying to run from gunfire.
So many outskirt battles, though, taking place. First, we started off at Seaside Villa. Now we're at Sandy Strip. A little bit further west from where Seaside Villa is located, but still very much on the outer edges of the map. And again, not a ton of loot or resources in general that these ladies are fighting over. At this point, it's just trying to claim their position on the map. For a lot of our competitors here today, teams like, for example, Moxie, Nina, Somerset, you'll see them get optimal POIs uncontested because they've just been in these competitive landscapes for so long. They've got the respect surrounding them to be able to claim those positions uncontested, but same can't be said for some of our other ladies. They've got to work their way up the rankings, and it does start with who's able to win some of these fringe battles on the edge of map. But even still, if you win that fight outright, it doesn't necessarily put you in an optimal position for that mid game.
Looks like Rebels Roost is all for these ladies. The initial drop for Alina, Amma, and Velkson, who have dispersed ever since. So it's all the wood in the world. So yeah, maybe less loot, but maybe safe passage to an easy top 20 if everyone else is gonna duke it out early in the game. You could just try to out-survive the competition as long as you get some damage in so you don't have to worry about the storm surge.
Also gonna give some consideration towards those ladies that even if they feel as though top 11 is out of reach, 12th through 16th could be the next goal that they fixate upon, because at least that'll guarantee them a spot in the next qualifier. They won't have to worry about fighting their way through either the heat lobbies. They'll just be immediately in for the next qualifier round. Dory, ring around the rosy currently, but no build. It's going to be able to keep Spinor safe as Velkson gets credit. Side angle approach. One elimination in tow now for Alina, but Velkson and Amma trailing right behind her. They're trying to work their way south. They are far north. We're, again, just most of the fighting and actions taking place from positions like Piney Lane. And these ladies are really just having to literally fight their way into those mid-map areas.
I mean, no one even marked that they were gonna drop Piney Lane. It's just the fact that we're having this much contention is hilarious, because you drop to the outskirts hoping for peace and quiet, and then there's the damn kids on the lawn. So at least these people will survive as Velkson and friends make their way down. At least they got healing. They could use some better weapons, but you know, peace and quiet is nice.
Just touched on some of those mid-map areas though, and seems as though peace and quiet is something that's been hard to come by so far for Sweet and Wonka. Crocs and Glocks down for the count. I'm a big fan though of Crocs' username. I'm just gonna throw that one out there. But unfortunate stuff for Botley. She essentially jumped off the cliff to her doom. Kind of what it looks like every single time. It's Team Moxie though approaching another squad here. Just so much pressure. 4 eliminations already, so they've definitely left at least one team in tatters here, and probably not satisfied with only having a singular elimination. They probably want to hunt down the other 2 if they can.
But just being this far south, they can make their way north, or really wherever here at Lovely Lodge. They get to kind of exchange and get their shields top up. But that's what we love about Team Moxie. Whenever it comes down to the late game, they have all the materials. They have the base set up. And even if it comes down to a heal off, it was Moxie that won that against Somerset, I believe. So they just are always putting themselves in the best positions to succeed. So we go check in on Lizzo and friends, who had an early exit, but hope for a much later one this time.
I think if anything, it's great to see, again, a lot of these ladies just be able to build upon some of their competitive experience in a safe environment. Adas, though, she's got to be careful. Already lost Leah. Leafa soon to fall right next to her, and sure enough, Yasmin, Frantic, Somerset, they know they've got to make up for some missed points off that early departure in the last lobby. They've already got 4 eliminations as well, and are on quick pacing to find even more. As their opposition, Lavish Lair going to be the central focus for the time being, as Mini Michaela, Melanithra, Sarlet kind of stuck in their current box, just so many other teams local to their current position, they can't really afford to leave their current box.
Just hoping to worm their way out to the side. Starlet drops off the side of the mountain and thought she could get away, and Yasmin puts pressure down but decides to refocus. But Somerset has called out, taken down Ama, and now the chase is on. Oh man, this is just hard for them to escape. And down below, there's the knock onto Dory. No longer swimming and no longer happy after that. Yasmin, Somerset, Frantic, also full health, but just barely got a dent in that armor.
That was essentially Team Frantic recognizing the fact, hey, there's like 2 different teams fighting. Let's take advantage of it. Curious, though, to see Yasmin, Somerset, and Frantic with that aspect of agility. Where's Moxie, Daya, and Regs? Because the fact that they've got control of the medallion right now makes me wonder where our first place leaderboards team is actually at, because this will be the first lobby that we've seen somebody else in control of that aspect of agility. And in fact, Somerset with another knock onto Hannah, and they're just continuing to trickle their way back over to Grim Gate.
There's all the underworld dashes, and hello! Okay, Pao is just not very okay with this. Yasmin, just a matter of time, as Pao just tries to be as wiggly as possible through the top. But as soon as they exit, Yasmin will just encounter them, just now patrolling on the outside. Oh, wait, Yasmin had her right in front of her, but just might have heard something else, just making sure there's no other teammates nearby. And of course there's Somerset on the other side. I don't even know how okay Pao is even managing to get out, but with these underworld dashes, it's a quick gap closer and an easy elimination for Yasmin.
Almost looked like Yasmin and Somerset playing with their food there for a second. But 9 eliminations. Again, fully in control of this aspect of agility. Saw Daya in the elimination feed. So, again, I have to ask the question, Moxie, Regs, Daya, what went wrong? How did they have their POI poached as far as that aspect of agility is concerned? Because that is a very massive blow to their late game strategy. They're going to have a much more difficult time trying to control the high ground if they even opt to try and play through it at all. If anything, they might be looking to try and encounter Team Frantic yet again. Maybe see if they can take them out. Medi might be able to get the job done for them, though. Nice connection on the body shot there for the Hunter's DMR. 65 damage immediately to Yasmin, which is going to force her to box up and try and replenish some of those shields. But playing from restored reels, so close to that river of sticks. The underworld dashes here could make things very difficult. It's going to at least force players to essentially burn a lot of time chasing down opponents. It's Frantic. She's got AFK isolated. She's also got the backup if needed of Somerset right next to her, but not even necessary. Frantic just making it look easy at this point. She's also in control of that Mythic Gatekeeper shotgun. I like the fact that these ladies have essentially split up that loot, but that's to be expected after taking control of wiping Cerberus.
Yeah, I'm wondering why Maddie kind of dropped from that high ground position. I wonder if it's to try and bail out AFK, or if they just all got split up and panicked. Either way, just losing AFK this early is gonna be tough. We've seen some reboot action before, though, but it does just bring so much attention towards you. And just watching Frantic swim away. Sparkles is very cool with this, very bushwookie of them. It just kind of chill and wait and play kind of gatekeep around this zone and see who rotates in front of them and whether or not they really want to get involved.
I mean, they could be trying to wait things out, dip back into the storm to see if they can get the reboot off onto AFK, but the problem is there's at least 1 or 2, I can't tell if they're solos that have just had unfortunate encounters early on that put them in that position or what, but Sparkles and Maddie, at the very least, seem like they want to go for a reboot opportunity. They understand fully that they are better off with their odds if they're at least functioning as a trio. And I definitely understand the sentiment when you're dealing with the likes of some of the other competitors, you want to make sure that your team is fully intact, but they're going to be so far behind. Sure enough, a reboot band sound, the audio cue towards Maddie and Sparkles over at Restored Reels, but reboot success for the time being. And now it's all about making sure that AFK can refarm the necessary materials, the necessary resources to bring her back in this one.
Now we go all the way to the southwest of the map, where the zone is sort of pulling. We got two teams coalescing. And man, K-More is, it's Vanessa and friends right above them, leaving Chloe pretty much to her lonesome. And Sophie, and of course, now this duo against the other. Just trying to protect themselves. Chloe just brought down to like 2 HP. Sophie just has to defend and put down some counter pressure so that Chloe could heal, but it didn't work out. Big win for Team Vader.
It's just a lot trying to deal with a team like Nina's. Vanessa, Vader, and Nina, a few women that are definitely leading the charge as far as women's competitive skill is concerned, and they're also another team that is looking to try and surge a little bit higher up on the leaderboard position, but realistically it's second place that they're trying to overtake. Heading into this fifth match, they were looking at 215 points in that third place position, relatively fixated there as well, but Frantic's team 283 points, and guess who was up above them by 111 points? It's Team Moxie sitting in first place, 394 points, and that's not factoring in any of the points that these ladies have been acquiring this match off of their eliminations as is. Everybody's in the placement points range as well now, so the leads only continuing to surmount to inexplainable heights here for Team Moxie the longer that they're allowed to live in this lobby. Somerset, though, doing an excellent job just lighting up that elimination feed, so very evident that Team Frantic has not given up hope just yet. They still think that this one is within their reach. All they need is a strong placement and to eliminate Team Moxie sooner rather than later.
Look at this base set up on top of the island. Oh my god. High Ground and Team Moxie, they just go together like peanut butter and jelly. They like to look down upon the ants. And even having the launch pad, if they do see some people building off in the distance up north. But do they really want to engage? Of course, they could have the jump on them, of course, at the launch pad. To go check in with Team Smiley and just all the teams coming into the zone. Just how well will Sophia bear against a team pretty much on the other side of this wall?
I think it's mostly just not uncommon to see Moxie, Diane, Regs hanging out. They're kind of at the luxury of being able to linger a little bit longer at Rift Island because of that launch pad. There's even rifts surrounding Rift Island if they want a fast rotate. The main thing that'll threaten them at that point then is for anyone who might already be inside of zone that then takes the opportunity to just look up at some of those last minute teams kind of straggling their way in to zone off of those rifts or launch pads, but could be a tough rotate. Never really know. A lot of teams already kind of situated, already trying to establish their bases. Right now, it's primarily about making sure that you can kind of control the flow of the lobby. I think that that's one thing that some of these teams don't necessarily take as much advantage of with their strong positioning inside of zone. They kind of just wait when they're above the surge threshold. They're not really firing shots, not really suppressing those teams behind them, which is then allowing them to get overtaken in positioning. But contrast that, teams like Nina, Moxie, Frantic, they fully understand if we're in an ideal spot, we're going to shoot back at everyone. We're going to control the flow of the lobby.
Oh my god, Sophia's kicking down every door. The shot at close range though does hurt a lot. She'll fall back. Smiley steps up. And this has been some good kills for Team Smiley, now taking down Sir Wing. And we're left with 19 teams, but the zone so far away. This is gonna just be a bloodbath when it comes to this storm pushing people out. But Team Smiley will at least stabilize and maybe even catch some people rotating around them.
Potentially missed their chance though, playing from that low ground position. Everyone else able to just skirt over top of them, no problems whatsoever. Vanessa credited with one more. On to Mari now. Evelina, Kels, Lily, trying to do what they can to look back, but again, you look back for too long. You're gonna run the risk of just getting picked off instead. Frantic saying what's good along the way. Quick material refresh as if she even needed it. At this point, it's all about the elimination count. Those 2 additional points and trying to break even after that last match and their early fall.
And Frantic is just on a rampage. Just all those top teams. Azama puts down some counter pressure, but just at 10 HP, no teammates.
No ammo.
Some hope. No ammo, some hope, some cope. A little bit of healing, but just on an island. But at least in the center of the zone, so things could always be worse. You just try to out-survive everyone who is just gonna die in the process of rotating in.
Well, you say that, but she's a solo. She's 241 below. I think it's about as bad as it can get for her, because as soon as those surge ticks come into effect, she's got small shield potions, but won't even get the chance. Melanitra with the credit for the elim, but just so incredibly low. Emma had no real opportunity to really bounce back in this one. Just gonna have to hope for the best in the final lobby of the day. Everyone lining up for one last ride on the battle bus after this one, but Sarlet, Mini Michaela, Melanitra, they found a little bit of room to breathe and expend some of their chug splashes, a little bit of Flowberry Fizz, double ramping up into the singles, and now trying to make their entrance into zone, but there is so much congestion pooling from the east side, and Sarlet immediately gets notice of it, but not in the way that she would have liked. Loses a huge chunk of the shield that she had just recovered, and now it's going to cause for a momentary split from herself and her other 2 teammates. Tough spot to be in with all these other trios trickling their way in.
See Gazing Nicole just having all her walls being broken down, and just every team just trying to survive. We have 16 left, and when the zone gets this small, they're all just gonna start falling like flies. Speaking of that, Lizzo down. Of course, our top 5 have just been relentless in this lobby, very consistent at staying at the top. Speaking of at the top, look at Frantic and Somerset finally there on a higher ground than Team Moxie. That's insane.
That's what happens when you're the trio that's in control of the aspect of agility. That one medallion truly making all the difference in terms of who actually looks to leverage the high ground and fully encapsulate it. But again, it's not just about taking height, it's about making sure that you control it. You've got to be applying suppressive fire to everyone underneath you. Moxie, Daya, Regs, stuck in the secondary height. Daya actually with a knock currently onto Somerset. And this could be trouble for Team Frantic. Because if it's only Frantic and Yasmin left at the top versus Moxie's strong trio, that could be the prime opportunity for them to overthrow the high ground, for them to re-seize control of that aspect of agility. Regs, Daya, Moxie, sure enough. Height, all theirs for the taking. Just insanity that they managed to find such an optimal moment to strike.
Look at Moxie build, look at her go. And also just knocking down any ramps coming up their way. So just not even being able to share this layer with anyone else. Now Moxie, Daya, Regs at the top with ammo, materials to spare. Looking down upon Vanessa, Sophia. We're down to 13 teams. Noelik, Michaela, Maddie down too. She was a solo left. That'll be their second worst position. Even Reddish too, as Moxie fires down onto Frantic. Sarlet, everyone is falling and playing from the ground floor as Team Moxie just laugh in response. At least some dashes and some good speed out of Team Sophia to try and dodge some of these shots and get themselves a base, something to hide behind until Moxie and friends are ready to kick this down and even follow the zone as Kels and friends just could not escape. This is Nina and Sarlet wrecking people in their path. We're left with our top 5.
It's the fact that Regs, Moxie, and Daya were able to regain control though of that aspect of agility. Literally nobody has looked up Not even a single attempt to try and chop the team playing height. And now, with their metal builds outright, Daya, Regs, Moxie, they know that they've got full control of the high ground. It's all down to Vader, Nina, and Vanessa to try and play this from the low ground. They have an ample amount of builds. They just got to be careful now that they don't get pinched between two separate teams. They're trying to mind their spacing. Nina doing what she can, following behind Vanessa, who's tarping ahead for her squad. Nina with a sidebox view, Smiley gonna take a massive blow. This could be a huge refresh opportunity here, but they gotta be careful. The team on height, Regs, Daya, they might just look to drop. They might just look to join the fray. Vanessa, though, hidden inside of a bush momentarily. She's watching. She knows that Vader secured that elimination. Daya and Regs still holding the high ground. They've lost Moxie along the way, though, down to their final builds. The build situation looking very favorable for Vader, Vanessa, and Nina. But again, it might just come down to the heals.
Just Daya has like 400 ammo, so she could just keep breaking down all of these roofs. And there's just no response that could come out as long as they just keep spraying this down. How do you even have a chance to peek up and really fight back against this? This may just come down to a heal off. Our 3 teams left. No Moxie, like you said. A lot of broken down teams with Vanessa, Nina, and Vader. The fact that they are still a trio, and the only trio left, they can just share those responsibilities of boxing up, protecting themselves, healing as much as possible.
Wait, look at Nina, though. Nina has so many heals. Vader got a massive elimination onto Daya. That's exactly what they needed to happen. It's all coming down to whether or not Daya can actually manage to outlast this, but instead, we're just getting a quick oversight view. Nina, the lone standing warrior here, but Vader might have just done the finishing blow. Getting that elimination onto Daya means that Nina can look to try and secure the win off of the heal off. So many chug splashes that she still has to work with. Regs, though, we saw her with about 3 med kits last we checked in. That's why Nina, she's trying to cut her way through all these pre-existing builds. She's got an indicator where Regs might be at. Shots from behind. Regs, though, still looking to wiggle her way through some of these pre-existing builds. Underworld dash just to create that little bit of a gap, and Nina just can't keep up. The aspect of agility, that is part of the reason why it's just so powerful. As if taking height isn't good enough, Regs just completely escape artist in that last moment.
I just can't believe that. They, that last person just trying to hunt down Regs, and just the dashes, like you said, came in, and Moxie's team get another lobby win. But man, I was surprised when they lost Moxie and then they were up against another trio, how that was going to end up.
It just seemed as though Moxie took a little bit of a drop from the high ground. She was looking for that material refresh off of a knock, but again, you get caught inside of some of the hecticness that's taking place in those lower layers. It's very easy to get picked off in the process, but good looks by Daya and Rex to still hold things strong. We have one final lobby to work through to see what exactly happens with this top 11. But for right now, sit tight, grab yourselves a nice glass of chocolate milk like Lemon and I have been rocking all day long, and be prepared because we'll be right back after this next break.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Milk Cup, where we have consistently throughout seen Regs, Moxie, and Daya clutch up, taking 5 out of 5 drops. And now here we are about to enter our last and final drop. But what is important for these teams is to place in that top 11th spot to get to that LAN qualifier. But Taco, no one's taking over that first place team.
Look, I know Regs is a really big fan of Peterbot as is, and she's looking like the female Peterbot out here today, okay? Moxie, Regs, and Daya have just been overruling everyone. And you know, big shout outs, big come ups to them as well, because I think a lot of people were kind of leaning a little bit more towards Team Nina as who would be some of the lobby leaders throughout the course of today. But Moxie, Daya, and Regs have just really surpassed any and every expectation. I mean, they are looking at a nearly perfect run if they're able to find a 6 victory royale on the day.
It's just insane how they've won every lobby. This has to be historic. Like, Moxie's team is so goated, but then you can't really underestimate what the rest has done. Like Vanessa, Vader, Nina, 3rd place, 17th place, 2nd, 3rd, and 2nd. Like, so consistent, minus that, you know, one-off game. Which Team Somerset had like that one-off game of 23rd, I think, in game 4. But other than that, they've stayed in that top 4. And then you have Team Lena, Kels, and Lily, who have just been in the top 10 every single time. So the real danger zone is that 11th to 12th place, where between 120 points to 100 points is it's catch-up season, where Team Mystic, Team Maddie, Team Scare, who are just right on the cusp of reaching that top.
Exactly, and that is exactly what I was gonna say. Just this last game, Team Maddie and Team Starler, they were 1 point away in difference. It was 95-96, I believe. Like, so separating from 11th through 12th, we saw how much that last game changed in those standings, because again, making it to the LAN spot, not having to play qualifier 2 or 3. That is what these teams want to do. But hey, last game is ready. I'm out of here for real this time, and I'm gonna hydrate again on some milk, because you know you need to too. So take it away, y'all.
I know we've had so little time for our milk breaks, but we have one final game to decide who is going to the finals. And also, there's a big prize pool on the line. You know, no big deal. Thousands of dollars, you know, biggest women's Fortnite tournament. It's no big deal. But will Moxie's team go back to back?
Yeah, that $7,500 for the first place on today would definitely be nice to walk away with. And right now, it is certainly looking, unless we see something nuclear out of Somerset, Frantic, and Yasmin, I think it's easy to say that Team Moxie has just walked away being the victory royalers of this one. But if Team Frantic isn't careful, keep in mind, Team Nina was super close. They were within catching distance, only about a 30-point disparity between 2nd and 3rd place. So Team Frantic, they definitely want to keep things tight here in this final lobby of today. They don't want to find themselves dropping early. Otherwise, that could be the entry point that Team Nina needs in order to close that distance and actually leapfrog their way into that 2nd place position on the leaderboard. But as you'd already highlighted, Lemon, that 11th place position, Team Alina Rose just barely above the rest. And granted, we know 12th through 16th is already locked in for that next secondary round of qualifiers, but you want to have that security. You want to be locked in for the LAN championship later on this year. So top 11 is certainly the primary prize on the line here today.
I've loved watching Maddie's team play, especially Maddie, of just seeing kind of what decisions they make, even in the last game, just giving up some high ground positions to really put the press. When you sense the other team is kind of healing or just unsuspecting, Maddie really likes to go for that drop. Their best placing 5th, but sitting at 13th place in the leaderboard. It's all eyes on Maddie's team and see how far they can climb if they can get to a qualifying position.
They have a very real opportunity here to just bridge that gap, but it's going to require them to really be fully locked in this final lobby. There can be no slip-ups, no mistakes, nobody getting caught off guard. Everyone has to be firing off on all cylinders if they want to try and make a real run for that top 11 in the leaderboards. And granted, they are not the only ones. I think realistically, any of our teams currently in that top 16 could have a prime opportunity if they close things out with one strong game. That's really all it takes. You get a top 3 finish, a couple of decent eliminations. That's what Mystic's after right now. Gotta be careful though, playing with these windows. Gonna break through the wall instead. Things continue to pick up in pace here at Seaside Villa. Delphi, massive shots. Down to just below, have shield. Trying to break out these floors now. Luck's gonna be falling very shortly here. But things are getting messy. Delphi realizing she's lost Inspire along the way. Inspire protected by walls for the time being though. Mystic doing what she can to create a little bit more space. Ramping up. Ramps immediately chopped down though. And Mystic in around the Rosie currently. But she gets the shots that she needs to. Alpha's gonna fall. Just a 1v1 between herself and Rin. Mystic's got a real opportunity to do this. Rin, no shield. Potentially no life if she's not careful.
Come down to these shotguns, and there it goes. Mystic wins overall, but I think Delphi did so much damage because of her shotgun, and thankfully she was only knocked. She's able to be brought back up thanks to Mystic clutching it up. And then on the other side, I think there was a shotgun they were facing too, and that's why it got so scrambly, so close. As we get to check in on Blazing Nicole's team over in the middle of the map, and up against Sophie and friends who are just breaking down everything, and Pixie's trying to find a route of escape or even just a better angle to engage on.
Pixie though. A little bit smothered towards the low ground here. Just trying to see if she can get an opportunity to play alongside Gazing Nicole or Rylan, but the high ground has just been staked out and claimed fully by Sophiane and her team. Naya Pixie, she's got a couple of boxes down low. Give her a possible right side peek, in fact. Big wall at it. Gonna give her room to do so, but one more time. Now peeking from the left side. She might be too exposed. Sure enough, Gazing Nicole is a little bit too split off. Aya Pixie trying to pick up the pieces, but has to reload her last 3 shots. But she doesn't get an opportunity. She's left in the scramble, but it's just too little too late. Aya Pixie's going to fall. A clean 3-piece out of K-More, Sophie, and Chloe. And it's exactly what they needed. They need to take this momentum now and roll with it, because this is another one of our teams just outside that top 11. They want to fight their way in. K-More, she's done so much, helping lead the scrim charge for so many ladies to get their practice opportunities here for today's Gonna Need Milk Cup. And it would be tragic if she doesn't actually manage to solidify a top 11 position, but still massive respect, massive shout outs to her for what she's helped organize to ensure that all these ladies get a safe space to practice in.
I think it was the Gazing Nicole's team. I think we're sitting in 16th place, and now they won't qualify. And really, this is the last game, so if you're not in the top 11 right now and you exit out early, it is over until the next qualifier. But at least things are a lot more calm here on the Grand Glacier side here with Miss Charms. With, of course, bananas, but maybe needing some rare weapons. But hey, it's nice to just not have to engage anyone this early.
At the same time, though, an engagement might be exactly what they need if they want to get some upgrades to their weaponry loadouts. Pleasant Piazza currently overtaken by Moxie, Regs, and Daya. It's a rare sight to see this trio, though, without a single elimination yet. Daya also incredibly low. You can see Moxie, Regs immediately trying to play catch up to where Daya is at. It was the forecast tower that Daya went to go scout out, but encountered some difficulties along the way. She will fortunately have an opportunity to regen her shield, but could have been a pretty fickle position have she not been careful. The forecast keycard has been confirmed, and that's going to be forecast for the duration of this match now. A massive advantage for a team that was already #1 on the leaderboards and just looking to make sure that they can go all that much further in the point count.
You talk about how they want control of those advantages, whether it's the medallions and now the forecast, but won't get a disadvantage with no teammates and now no life remaining as Vanessa and Yasmin take some kills of their own. But of course, Somerset and her team are making a splash in the lobby. 5 teams have left us already, pretty early in fact, as we're here in the southeast of the map, over on the battlegrounds. Having your make your way towards the center of the map, and you know the launch pad will help with that.
Especially in combination with that Flowberry Fizz, going to help them go just a little bit further here. But this game's going to come to an end currently for Melanitra. She's been picked off by Avelina and co. Lily, Kels, they need an opportunity though to regen some of their shields. Shield potion, plenty to spare, lots of loot actually off of that one elimination Avelina picked up, and it's definitely an impactful one as well because again, Lily, Kels, one of our teams kind of on the cusp as far as our leaderboard is concerned, and they've got to just continue to work their way into zone. Currently seems as though they might be one of the first teams onto this north side edge of the zone. Already looking back, they want to make sure that they play bouncer to any last minute stragglers. Plenty of opportunity, plenty of trees for them to take advantage of, and they're just chopping them outright. Oftentimes you'll see teams leaving trees just one hit away from being destroyed for mats, and that's primarily because they don't want to alert other teams in the area. But when there's nobody nearby, there's no reason to fret or worry about teams knowing your position.
I'm trying to check in with the admins on Melanitra because if she's out, I don't know what the status of her teammates are. They were sitting in 10th place, and that may have just forfeited their position in qualifying depending on how the rest of the lobby shakes out, along with saying goodbye to Chicken and Psycho as Somerset and the rest continue to rampage the lobby.
One benefit though for Melanitra is that the team in 10th, they were around 40 or 50 points, I want to say, above the teams that were in 12th and under. That's a pretty good cushion zone. It's definitely going to be close if our whole team has been eliminated, but we'll just have to sit tight, wait and see what happens next. Emma, nice knock onto Destiny. Even with River of Styx and the Underworld dashes, not everybody's going to get an opportunity to escape this mid-range territory with that Warforged Assault Rifle. Emma going to waste no time in locking in for those shots. 2 eliminations now as well for Amma. Herself, Alina, and Velkson just trying to see what else they can snag along the way.
Alma's team sit at 11th currently, so they're in the hot seat if they can make it through to the LAN final. As we check in with Kiana, Liz, and friends who are in 20th, so they have to have an insane game to try and overtake a qualifying position, but also just staying within the, 11th to 16th or
12th through 16th.
12th through 16th to avoid the pre-qualifier, so less games to play.
At the same time though, even if you fall outside that 12th to 16th range, I think again, even getting this first little taste of the women's competitive environment can be some very impactful experience. And not only that, but I like to look at those who fall outside of that 12th to 16th range. It's just extra practice, right? And practice never hurts when it comes to these kinds of competitive events. I mean, especially when you look at certain warlords of the lobby, I think it's safe to say Team Moxie, Frantic, and Nina, they are certainly leading the charge as far as women's competitive play is concerned, and I'm not going to discredit some of the others. I think we've seen some good stuff today out of Team Emperor, even Team Reddish. Always love giving shouts to Reddish, man. She's had a little bit more of a quiet day, but I think that's just like how Reddish likes to operate, you know? It's that sneak attack type beat, right? She's going to qual for the LAN, and then the LAN is where things are really going to heat up and get crazy because it's a whole different environment when you're playing inside of an actual LAN environment because you have other people to deal with, other players around you that you might not be used to that kind of environment.
Even just a lot of these girls probably haven't even been to a LAN, like in terms of competing, so it's just not being used to your setup or a crowd watching you or even the whole technical environment too. So I'm really excited to see how also some players are going to benefit from that hype of having a crowd, and some people really get fueled by that. And Reddish and her team sit in 5th place, so very comfortable position to even do better. They've really threatened that top 10, but now they're currently getting threatened by a team shooting down their base as they're trying to just get a peek on, can they get a good sight line to really start barking back at this team. Oh, and it's Frantic, Somerset, and Yasmin. Ooh, that's tough.
Yeah, but it's no walk in the park either. Just by the way that Reddish is continuing to place her walls, making it very difficult for Yasmin, Frantic, or Somerset to get an optimal angle, try and leverage their height position. If they want this fight, they're going to have to get up close and personal. Reddish, Lola, and Nolik are making this difficult. At the very least, though, Yasmin, Frantic, Somerset, they are forcing a lot of heavy materials very early on. And considering how gutted these mid-map POIs tend to be, it's going to be difficult, I think, for Team Reddish to try and recover those important resources. But at the same time, they don't want to do anything that they find to be unfavorable. Unfortunately, Reddish from behind, Frantic finally finds that crack in the builds. Lola now looking for the pure disengage at this point. Nolik hopefully able to follow suit, but it's only a matter of time before Frantic, Somerset, and Yasmin go for the full elimination onto Reddish. Maybe Lola will be able to wrap back around if Nolik ends up falling also. She can maybe pick up their reboot cards, still look for that reboot ban opportunity, but having to play from inside the storm, they're going to be looking for a very big uphill battle on this one.
Yeah, what's threatening about these teams? Do you think you're safe, you're boxing up, you're taking a second, but that second you give them to surround your box, to just surround what you've set up, and they'll just shred you as soon as you think you exit. They've already read you like a book, but the action continues. Now on this Grim Gate side of the map, we're left with still 23 teams. Nina, Vader, Vanessa, sitting comfortably in the top 5. Taking a second to get all their shields up, and they got so much ammo, all the materials, and just bases are surrounding them. But how aggressive does this team really want to play? It's all about playing off that information, and I would say that this base looks way better than the ones in front of them.
Yeah, at the same time, it seems as though maybe Team Nina rotated from Reckless Railways in the hopes that they might be able to cut off Dia, Moxie, and Regs, take advantage of that Cerberus Medallion. In the last lobby, we saw that aspect of agility got poached by Team Frantic, that Mythic Gatekeeper shotgun, but ultimately, it did not deter Team Moxie. They were able to recover and reclaim those valuable resources, and Vanessa gone fishing here. Alina picked off immediately. Now a quick box around. Is Vanessa, Vader, Nina, they'll take a moment to gather their senses, really make sure of where they want to head next. All of them, though, going to be able to utilize these underworld dashes, which will save them a good amount of their builds along the way. It's really just how many fights that they want to take. They've already got 4 eliminations, and again, keep in mind, they were within striking range of that second place position. That seems to be more so the focal point for this trio.
You can even just take all these underworld dashes and just keep using it to rotate towards the zone, and this is a great spot to be in. Couldn't say the same about those sorry triangles on the outside that seem very isolated and soon to be victims of the storm. But Vanessa and friends will make their way into the zone where a team could be gatekeeping them. So Team Nina has to be very careful on how they approach.
They also want to try and conserve these underworld dashes for as long as possible, because even though they've got that river of sticks to utilize currently, if this zone continues to pull further away from Grimgate territory, they're going to have to make sure that the resources, as far as those quick rotations, you don't want to be forced out of your underworld dashes early on. Especially because the approach towards Pleasant Piazza, things are going to get really tough. Miss Virus, though, Serhu spotted out, thought they were safe inside their box, but stood no chance up against the likes of Team Nina. Currently, it was only Allie who was trying to make the final escape, but even she won't be able to afford a getaway here. And Vader already spotted another team. Allie falling where she did gave Kay a good heads up indicator of what's to come. Nice headshot connection as well onto Vader. It will actually force Vader to pause in her pursuit, because it seemed like for a moment there she was willing to get pretty aggressive with the team in front of her.
That'll give time for that other team to escape Vader's grasp for the moment. And now this is going to be quite the duel in the zone as everyone rotates from the storm and coalesces on these edges here. Somerset just dashing aggressively. Just suppressing fire down, breaking down the walls, but also reacting so well to other fire coming her direction. And especially with the gatekeeper shotgun, this is gonna hurt a lot. Danger just breaking down every structure, making so many teams around them uncomfortable. And they will not really be able to advance until they've dealt with this problem. And Somerset, Frantic, Yasmin, they've dealt with every problem in their way. Now dropping down, already cracking some shields. Sophian down, and the rest barely able to escape while Frantic is on the hunt. Somerset got bogged by some walls. Either way, it's a dub for Somerset.
That was a much needed refresh as well, because Somerset was looking awfully scuffed with her loadout up until these last two eliminations came into play. A lifeline essentially extended her way, but still coming under even more fire. It's the fact that her material count practically full, that extra bottle of Flowberry Fizz as well, and the ammo. Plus the 2 medkits, always a nice look. We've seen a couple of circumstances now of some of these final zones result in a slight heal-off opportunity here, so it's all just important metrics for Somerset to keep track of. And she's not done yet. Job's not finished. Lola Blood gonna be the next elimination in sight. 2 of her teammates doing what they can to scramble for the distance escape, but Reddish, she got rebooted, and it's just 2 shambles working through the late game off of a 5th game reboot, or 5th zone reboot. That is just a tough position to be in. I love the fact that the Olabud made the effort to bring back her teammates. It's just unfortunate that they run into the likes of a fully refreshed Somerset, Frantic, and Yasmin along the way.
Oh, jeez, but the sharks are circling, and they smell blood in the water, and Team Somerset start to surround their competition as Neutral Pie can't get Panda Mint back up. Robin tries to just find an opening and see how close this approach is. Frantic building, breaking it down. Panda Mint gone. Frantic having their shields drop will force them back a bit as their teammates will take over the front engagement. Those box up take a second, but that's a great win for them. And Reddish's team being down early, they were in 5th place, so I wonder how many spots they could drop. They are just a couple points above 6th place, so ugh.
There's always the chance, though, that they might have done just enough to be able to hold on to that current position. Keep in mind, they did make it into the placement point range, at least. Miss Charms, Ivy, Bubble Breeze, though, trying to just slide into zone very stealthily, but will immediately get sniffed out. It's very difficult, especially when you're sitting inside of a wood build. It's almost begging the lobby to take notice of where you're at, but Wood's all Miss Charms really has to work with. Unfortunately for herself and her team, doesn't seem like they have many materials in their favor. And with that being the case, likely going to be forced to utilize some of the last of their shield resources. And sure enough, Psycho took note. Hey, there's a team sitting here in wood. Forced the last of their metal out. Emily Marie, Emperor, they can afford to just keep spraying. Because, again, they're just forcing Miss Charms' trio to expend the last of their materials, and you're not going to be able to close out a late game barely above that damage threshold, trying to stay towards front side of zone, but that might just draw even more attention than what they were asking for.
At least if they can circle this hill, they'll have just a natural cover to help themselves in, and surviving as long as you can Up your placement, of course. Wow, a lot of good high ground positions on this mountain, I see. Go check in on Maddie, who just got knocked there by Ardupe, leaving Sparkles and AFK without shields and without really much hope and no materials really besides steel, and this is just them hoping to overtake other pieces and just run headfirst into fire. They both drop, all thanks to Moxie and Ardupe.
It was only a matter of time, but Maddie being one of those bubble teams, that could be a tough break. Depends on how many points they were able to collect last minute. We'll get to see that final overview of the leaderboards after the conclusion of our 6th lobby here today. But Moxie, one more time from the high ground, leading the way with Regs and Daya. Ample amount of builds for them to make use of. And the zone pulling ever closer towards fencing fields. Flat terrain gonna make it all the easier for a team playing height to fully suppress everybody else underneath them. And sure enough, Sarlet, Melanithra, they're trying to stay as far ahead of the pack as possible, but again, immediately punished for their position, trying to play towards the high ground. Yasmin, Frantic, and Somerset, as if the damage dealt from height wasn't enough. They are just picking apart what remains. Sarlet, 1 HP and a dream. A little bit of an opportunity here to get some Flowberry Fizz off, but will it be enough to buy her just that extra placement or two? From behind, though, big shot onto Frantic. What a way to kiss goodbye to the team that nearly eliminated you in the process.
Okay, well, this is at least a good update. Great final kill there by Sarlet, but the fact that they survived with Melanitra out so early in this lobby to get as far as they did as a duo, even a solo. A fantastic clutch job by Sarlet. And they were sitting at 10th place in the leaderboard, so that was an important note because we saw Melanitra on the elimination feed. Now we'll go check in on Revenge, left all by themselves with 8 other teams. And at least having the materials.
Hey, Siphon Medallion. But no use. Too far outside in the storm. Tick damage just going to be too problematic. Similar to Moxie posing such a threat now. Legendary Thunderburst tearing through some of these metal structures. Yasmin and Frantic trying to do what they can to tarp ahead, but it's just not good enough. Somerset also trying to hold her own, but Frantic pieced up by K from behind. It's the problem with playing the low ground. Never know where somebody might be trying to sit and hide inside some of these pre-existing builds. Emperor now getting active, and Emperor, she got a big chunk there out of Somerset, credited for double eliminations onto Yasmin as well. But look at the team on height. Seen this one 5 times already here today, Lemon. And for the perfect qualifier lobby run, we've got Moxie, Daya, and Regs sealing the deal on a 6-for-6 streak today.
That's gotta be legendary. Mad respect to win every single lobby, to do it that consistently, but also some teams making it further into the end, like Team Emperor getting I guess top 3, I guess second there. They had second, 14th, but they've also fallen to like 15th and 14th in a couple of games, and to just have this flip-floppy type of day to end, I would say, around in the top 6 of the leaderboard. That puts them in a qualifying position for LAN. But a big congratulations to Moxie. We're gonna just tally up the leaderboard so we can make sure that everyone is in the right placements, and then we're gonna announce our official winner, so don't go anywhere.
My name is K-Mors. I'm a Fortnite Twitch streamer. I have been playing Fortnite for 3 years now. My teammates are Sophie and Chloe. Chloe is our IGL, and she stands out because she's super confident with our rotates, and I know that she's going to lead us to victory. Sophie is my other teammate. She is a fragger and a co-IGL, and she stands out because she is an insane fighter, and she also is really good at making smart decisions. We are planning to land at Fencing Fields. It is a super good POI. It's really good for trios. There's a lot of mats, a lot of loot. I've been landing there for every tournament. We're not contested right now, and I suggest that it should stay that way because we are insane fighters, and we are ready to take down anybody who tries to contest us. Our team is different. We have insane vibes. We're always super positive. Even if anything goes wrong, we always make sure that we're correcting each other and staying positive, because a lot of the time in tournaments like this, when vibes go down, it just immediately hits the fan. So we just make sure that we have good teamwork and that everybody's positive, and everybody should cheer for us because we're super passionate about winning and we are putting in a lot of work for this. I predict that we are going to perform amazing in open quals, and hopefully when we get to the major on May 23rd that we qualify top 11. From my trio, I would want Sophie to be clutching. She is an insane fighter, and she also is really, really smart. So if she was in an endgame situation by herself, I know that I could trust that she would be able to fight anybody and that she would be able to play super well in a really stacked lobby. So on most days when I get on, I just warm up on like a build 1v1 map, and I just like build for probably like 10 minutes, maybe 15 at most. And then I load into a 200 pump creative map, and then I load into scrims usually with my trio. When I first started getting into gaming, I played The Sims 4. I don't know how I stumbled upon it on YouTube, but I ended up watching this YouTuber, I cannot remember her name, but I played The Sims, and that's originally why I got my PC, was to play The Sims 4, and then I ended up just playing Fortnite, so. So when I got into Fortnite, it actually was because I would get so annoyed that my boyfriend would choose to play Fortnite over hanging out with me. So then I was like, let me just join in with him, and then now it's what I do for my career, so I got back at him really, really good. Competition was actually, I can't remember exactly which WOTE it was, but I had two amazing teammates. It was a trio all zero build tournament. I was so nervous because I had never been in the female comp space. I did not know that it was as intense as it is, but I had a lot of fun. I was super nervous. We performed pretty good for never playing, and it was the first season that zero build was out, so that was my first competition. Playing in Chapter 2, Season 4. It was the Stark season, and I do wish that I could play it again, not being a bot. My most nostalgic Fortnite memory that I have is just constantly dying to fall damage, no matter what the POI. I would always find a way to just fall off, and it never ended well. Think of one, I would definitely say that there was a $10,000 zero build all-girl duo tournament, and my teammate had died pretty early on in the tournament, and I clutched up the craziest win. It is still my favorite clip to this day.
Two of the greatest things of all time. Okay. Nice. They are.
K-Mars! Oh my god! K-Mars! Oh my god!
My main skin that I typically wear is the Booga skin because I do enjoy to pretend that I am as good as him. I think that the initiative that Milk is taking for women, especially in the gaming community, is super cool. I'm super grateful and excited to be a part of it, and I think they're showing a lot of people that Fortnite and just gaming in general is a lot bigger than maybe some people think. Drank milk a lot growing up because my volleyball coaches would always tell me that milk makes you big and strong and that you won't break or sprain any of your bones, and I never sprained or broke a bone, so I would just say always drink your milk because it'll make you big and strong.
Hello and good evening, everyone, and welcome into the Milk Cup, which we just saw our winners take it, Moxie, Regs, and Daya, and not to mention it was every single drop, which is absolutely insane. 6-4-6, and they had did it all throughout, consistent poise, keeping the high ground, and of course contesting everybody, right? Taco winning every single engagement. They looked clean and so consistent throughout.
Yeah, even the games that didn't necessarily pan out super well in their favor, they were still able to make the most of it, just recognizing the fact, hey, we've been acquiring our healing resources and just kind of holding on to them until it mattered most. And so even when it wasn't a direct brawl for that victory royale, they still managed to make it work in their favor.
They're just such a mobile team and such a great team to watch because they have all the resources at the end. They set themselves up for success. If you're wondering where Team Moxie's team is, you just have to look up because they're probably in the sky, and that's what gave them the ultimate advantage even in this final game and pretty much every single game. When you thought Empress team was going to come out, they were just fighting on the low ground, that bottom layer, and then you thought Emperor was fragging out, but no, it was Team Moxie that took them out and just waited for them to stop. So I think almost 100 eliminations Team Moxie got, so they really wrecked everybody.
Yeah, they really did. But I mean, not to count out too, that is the team that took it all, right? And the first 11 teams do get a prize, so $7,500 goes to them. But we still do have our other teams that qualified. I know Peach had shouted out Team Alina Rose, who made it through the pre-qualifier 2v4, and they hit that 10th place spot to secure a land taco.
Yeah, they've definitely got to be feeling really good about the fact that they were still able to solidify themselves in that top 11 of the leaderboard.
And I know I feel like this met all of our expectations of like the top teams we expected, and just that it came down to that final lobby of who was gonna clutch or kick, quite literally. And it's unfortunate to see Team Maddie, who were in a good spot before this and then ended in 17th, which plummeted them, along with our dupe, who's their team had so many clutch kills onto some important leaderboard members, and them just being right on the edge of qualification hurts. But skipping that pre-qualifier is nice, and this gives you just like a taste of that competition with all these top dogs out of the way. Maybe the next qualifier will be even easier.
And to be completely fair, I do think it was still a massive uphill battle, even for the teams in 12 through 16, just because when you factor in heading into the final lobby, our teams in 10th and 11th still had about a 40-point leverage over the rest of the competition. So it was never going to be that easy for teams like Maddie or our dupe to try and overcome that difference, but I still respect the fact that they gave it their best effort.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Team K-Mors too, who's, again, a big fan, seen previously dominate in WOTE tournaments, but also, again, Team Maddie, they don't have to qualify or play in the pre-qualifier, at least at this point. You get to skip that part. You get to play on the qualifier on the 20th, and, you know, that does make things a little bit easier. You do get some sort of incentive despite not placing in the money, Jen.
Yeah, and I think this is a great warm-up, as we've just mentioned, and the fact that there's a prize pool too. I can't remember the exact distribution, but I feel like a lot of people walked away with a good chunk of that. So regardless if you're qualifying or not, you're happy with that. You're happy to just be on a broadcast, because how many times can we say we've been like on stream casted and we have a chance to qualify for a land? Like, it's just an incredible opportunity for these ladies, and it builds synergy with their trio. They'll know what to work on for the next qualifier.
Knowing what to work on for the next qualifier, because again, we still do have 2 more qualifiers, but I believe we will have an interview with Moxie. So unfortunately, I do have to let go Lemon Kiwi and the best Taco. Thank you all so much, you both, for walking us through the action. Any final thoughts?
I'll let you go first. Oh, okay. I guess I'll just lead the charge here. But I think it was awesome to see that the vast majority of these games were honestly just duking it out to the finish. I'm glad that we didn't have that much of a display of the heel-off circumstances. I'm just a lover of the action, really. And so a really big explosive finish there in Game 6. And huge credits to Emperor for winning out and clutching her team into that 5th place position on the leaderboard.
Yeah, well, all the food names will have to say goodbye, but I'm excited to watch the interview. Have fun, Dream.
Thank you. I'll definitely have fun. I'm hydrated. We're ready to go. Feeling a lot more enthusiastic, ready for this interview. But Moxie, let's go ahead and bring on Moxie and say hello, because Moxie, wow, your team. I was not expecting this. How are you feeling right now? Congratulations on your win.
Thank you. I'm feeling so happy. We've been practicing so much. And yeah, I'm very thankful for my teammates. I have like the 2 best fraggers in the game. They are like so passionate, they play so well, they follow me, so I'm very thankful. And also I'm thankful to Impra for all the practice, all the scrims. Thankful to gamers too, for all the scrims, everything. I'm so thankful to them.
And I was going to ask you, that was going to be my next question. So with all those practices and scrims and do you really feel like that elevated your game, like that helped you take the dub here today?
Yeah, 100%, 100%.
Awesome. So when you talk about your like dynamics in game and some of those situations, because I think it was game number 4 where your squad was actually going against Team Somerset, and you saw quickly how you repositioned, got out of there so fast. Walk us through this moment. Like, what were some of the comms like?
Well, like we have like 100 points like so far from them. And we thought we just run away, just play our game, play without the medallion. Like, we don't need it. We don't need the medallion. We can just get to end game, win it, and like make some kills. So we run away and keep playing.
So who's the one, would you say, that makes those calls, like the IGL, like the one that's like, okay, we need to do this, and like who executes that?
Yeah, that's me. Yeah, that's me.
That's all you. Just so we know, Moxie's running the show. But my goodness, the fast plays, the quickness, and leading into this, yes, you are essentially secured that land spot. What are you going to do now, like practicing for that event? Because we know that in person, when you have that energy of everyone around, things are different.
Yeah, it is. But I think we're ready. Like I said, I have 2 of the best fraggers in the game. They're so like, they're the best players. Also, we're like best friends, so we play this game together like every day probably. So we have that chemistry. And yeah, I think we're ready. We're so ready.
Chemistry is always needed, and everybody's going to try to take you guys down. The perfect score, really. But going into this, I know you guys are excited being on the top. Any final words or any fun things to say? Like, what does this tournament mean to you?
This tournament is like, I don't know. I'm so thankful also that Milk created this tournament. Because we have like an opportunity to show ourselves, like female and all that stuff. I think it's a really cool, like making LAN, like meeting everyone through the game, like IRL. It's gonna be so fun. So, yeah.
Are you hydrating on Milk today?
Yes.
100%. Yes, there we go. See, staying in your game, you're hydrated, and all those nutrients, and oh my gosh, you guys are just amazing. So I believe, looking into this too, I wanted to say nothing but a fan of you guys, but keeping that consistency is going to be key. So I believe from production here, we may with the tournament here, you know what? I don't even know what I was gonna say. Brain fart. I need to actually have some more milk here. But dude, listen, between you guys, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And thank you so much just for coming on, and for Milk too, for even doing this. I'm glad you guys are being hydrated and staying hydrated, but thank you again.
Thank you.
And thank you so much, Moxie. Good luck on the land, and we'll see you moving forward.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh, the Milk Qualifier, everyone. That was the Milk Qualifier number 1. Now, and just thank you so much to the all-women's production team of Radiant, of the Peach Cobbler, and also to Milk, WOTE, Women's of the Arena, everyone that has ran it today. This is seriously all ran by women. And for me, someone who has been part of the esports community for almost 20 years, I just cannot believe that we are here. A 3-part event, and we have a LAN in the fall. So once again, you all, the next qualifier is June 20th. I was going to say too, the pre-qualifier for that is on June 13th. So register by the 2nd. Make sure you register by the 2nd if you want a chance to play in the qualifier. It's $25,000 each qualifier, leading up to the main LAN championship of $175,000. So we will see you next time. My name is Ellen Elizabeth, also known as Dream Crazy. And from me to you, we'll see you at qualifier number 2.